time here. What you need to keep an opens up multiple paths for her to win 270, to win the White House. But if Georgia stays red, as it has always been, except in 2020, then Donald Trump is on firmer footing. Then at 7:30, which is at 6 a.m. India time, North Carolina, which is another big state, again, 16 electoral college votes.
County of the state. You have it up here in Raleigh-Durham, the research triangle. An African-American population plus a high college-educated population, a lot of young voters. So both parties have their base. The question is who can win the middle. Just one thing to look at in these states, right? So let's look at the African-American population and bring it out. The darker the shading, the higher the African-American population. This is North Carolina, and then I'll bring you out and come down and we'll look at the state of Georgia. The Democrats have a built-in base here if Kamala Harris can get high turnout and keep the loyalty of African-American voters. African-American turnout critical in these two states. Here's a different way to look at it. You can look at it this way and bring this out here. Let me do this here for you. Race and ethnicity. This is the state of Georgia. Right, 51% white, 31% of the state population is black, African-American voters, the foundation of the Democratic Party. That's in North Carolina. You pop out to the United States just to get the look. It's 12% nationally, right? And that's what it is in Georgia. And then you come over here to North Carolina and look again, 21% there. So two states that have a significant African-American population. If Kamala Harris can not only win that with a high percentage, but they'd come up with a really high number. It's not just the percentage, she needs the math in the urban areas as well. So what else do you have in these states? Let's come back out and let's turn this. In both states, again, Donald Trump has a rural base. Democrats have an urban base. This will be decided, that's Virginia, excuse me. This will be decided in the suburbs. And again, Joe Biden, this was the closest. This was Donald Trump's closest win, if you will. 74,000 votes here of his battleground wins. This was the closest one in North Carolina. And, of course, we all remember all the controversy about Georgia after the last one. Georgia and Arizona were two of the big surprises. How did it happen? It happened here, the Atlanta suburbs, the changing, especially the farther out suburbs. High African-American turnout in the cities, and then you move out into the suburbs. And again, you just look at this here. Let me take this off and look at just what happened, right? So I like to go to the farther out suburbs. The close-in suburbs, the last few elections, have become solidly Democratic. So you move more out. Cobb. When I started doing this, this was ruby red, right? Joe Biden got 56% of the vote. But look at Donald Trump's number, 42% in Cobb County. Let's go back to 2016. 47% in Cobb County. That's the difference. The margins within the battlegrounds, and the suburbs are those battlegrounds. So come over here to Gwinnett County. Again, when I started doing this, this was a ruby red county. All right, let's focus on Trump, not Clinton. He gets 45% in 2016. You come to 20, he drops down to 40%. That's the difference in battleground Georgia, because he will run it up in all these rural red areas. The question is, can the Democrats get the urban vote out in here and here? And then what happens in the suburbs? And increasingly, you start in the close-in suburbs. As we have moved out in the last couple of elections, Jake, Democrats have had more success even as you drive more and more. When you start to see the farmland, the Democrats have had more success. That's what they did in 2020. Can they do it again tonight is her test in North Carolina and Georgia, Jake.
We shall see.
All right, so we're here in the Howard University, which is Kamala Harris's alma mater. Polls will be closing in about 45 minutes' time at 6 p.m. ET. The first set of states will be closing. These are states, of course, in the East Coast, which are not battleground states. The first big milestone you need to be watching out for is 7 o'clock Eastern time, which is 5:30 a.m. In India, which is when Georgia closes. Georgia is a critical state. It's 16 electoral college votes. Biden won it in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. It has been a solidly Republican state except in 2020. So if early on in the night Kamala Harris manages to flip Georgia, that is a sign that she then has multiple paths to 270. If she doesn't, then she has to depend on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. The second milestone to look out for is 7:30 Eastern, which is 6 a.m. India time. At that time, of course, North Carolina closes. And again, a state which Biden could not flip. He won 6 out of 7 swing states last time, but he did not win North Carolina. Again, if Harris swings North Carolina, because there is a substantial African-American population in that state, then again, early on in the night, it gives you an indication that Harris has multiple paths to 270. And then, of course, the big one is at 8 o'clock Eastern time when Pennsylvania closes. That is the biggest battleground state. It's 19 electoral college votes. It is an absolute must-win for Harris. If she does not win Pennsylvania, then she has to win 6 out of the other 7 battleground states, which at this stage, at least if we were to go by the opinion polls, looks highly unlikely. So she has to win Pennsylvania. Remember last time in 2020, it took 4 days after polls closed for the networks to eventually declare Pennsylvania going in favor of Joe Biden. He won that by, again, a narrow margin, just about 80,000 odd votes. This time, Kamala Harris is hoping that because of the extensive ground operation, the door knocking, the phone calls of the Democratic Party machine, as it were, the grassroots machine, as it were, she's hoping that this is a state that she can retain. And if Pennsylvania is retained at 8 o'clock, then that is a good sign for Kamala Harris, because in the next hour, which is 9 o'clock Eastern time, that will be 7:30 a.m. in India, the two other blue wall states, Wisconsin and Michigan, 10 electoral college votes and 15 electoral college votes, that's 25 between them, they will close at 9 p.m. Eastern. And generally, the trend has been in those blue wall states, whichever way Pennsylvania goes, Wisconsin and Michigan go as well. In 2016, Trump won all 3 of them. 4 years before that, Barack Obama won all 3 of them. In fact, they have been solidly blue wall states if you go back all the way up to the 1980s. So that is going to be the critical, perhaps narrow path to 270, but certainly the most viable path to 270 for Kamala Harris if she has to win the Electoral College. Of course, in the popular vote, chances are that she will outpip Donald Trump, much like Joe Biden did 4 years ago, or even Hillary Clinton did 8 years ago. But the critical factor for Kamala Harris is to ensure that she retains the 3 blue wall, or the Great Lakes states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Between them, 44 Electoral College votes. Therein, we will know whether she's won the night and whether she's won the U.S. presidency for 4 years. Here at the Howard University, this is her alma mater. This is where she graduated from. She has talked about this in previous interviews, about how she got the black college experience passing out from here. She did her law.
Listing your vacation.
Sunday.
Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
We got to tell the truth, and it's the truth that changes and defeats the lie. You choose good or you choose evil. You choose good or you choose evil. It's up to you. You got to think for yourself. Think for yourself. And if you decide to go with evil, it's your fault. I want to show you what evil look like. They have nothing else to offer. I want to show you what evil look like. From hell. Oh, they're from the gates of hell. These are children of the light. Children of the light. Godless. These are children of the light. Children of the light. They're liars. You choose good or you choose evil. You choose good or you choose evil. It's up to you. You gotta think for yourself. Think for yourself. And if you decide to go with evil, it's your fault. I want to show you what evil look like. They have nothing else to offer. I want to show you what evil look like. From hell. Oh, they're from the gates of hell. These are children of the light. Children of the light. Godless. These are children of the light. Children of the light. They're liars. These are children of the light. Children of the light. Godless. These are children of the light. Children of the light. They're liars. Beta. Amazing.
Love the flow. insiders. This will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first, America first, non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people, and we must do it non-fatal. Communication very much higher. America first. To lead by an any insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. More of insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow. 69. Now it's time for new, believable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first. America
How you doing, everybody? Welcome.
Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people. And
Thank
we
you so
must
much
do
for
it
joining. Appreciate it.
non-fatal.
Letting everybody roll in here.
Very much higher. America first. To lead by an any insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. More of insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Let me say hello to the folks here. Thank you so much for joining the stream. We are live together here. Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 election stream coverage stream here with the American Anchor Baby. Here covering as best as I can the 2024 presidential election, okay? So thank you so much. Of what I hear is the most important election ever of our entire lives. So thank you again. We're going to be together for a while, it seems. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are in a dead heat. Last I hear, dead heat. Changed fast. Now it's a dead heat. Imagine that. According to all the experts, okay? Test. How am I coming in? Is this crazy? Test. Let me know if I'm coming in nice and clear. Testing. All the experts, they're saying it's a dead heat. We got early votes, all sorts of stuff. What kind of country do you want to live in, right? What kind of country do you want to live in, huh? What kind of American are you? No, that's too divisive. On election day, come on, let's calm down. We're united, right? We are united, right? And all sorts of lies. This is the greatest divided election. I'm sure it feels that way in many ways. It's been an amazing thing to watch, to first start paying attention to politics with Trump, and it ends up being this deep, this much of a fight between people. The greatest divides, the left and the right, the red and the blue. Now it's the men and the women. And people want to talk about unity, false unity. They'll call people saying the truth, they're full of grievances. They're just full of evil and grievances. And it seems more than ever the divide is good and evil. In an election, sure. But for anyone who's been paying attention to those words even a little bit, it's never that simple and shallow that it's red and blue, men and women, this election. You know, what kind of country do you want to live in? It really comes down to you. Whether Trump or Kamala come in, what's really going to change in the minutia? Taxes. But there is a spirit, there's a direction that that today is a referendum for, and we'll see what happens, right? the truth remains, the kind of country you want to live in, the kind of world you want to live in is up to you. So it's funny to watch this election and see it all the way, 2016, good and evil, left and right, all these things, and finding the true divide is within. Like Trump says, the true enemy is within in so many ways. So I appreciate you guys being here today. We're going to be paying attention together, taking calls. We're going to do our thing here, super chats and all that. If you want to super chat here on YouTube, I'm live on YouTube, live on rumble.com/AmericanAnchorBaby. If that's a place you want to rumble rant, if there's something you want said, your voice to be heard, it just takes a few bucks. Thanks everybody on DLive and everybody who supports over there on buymeacoffee.com/AnchorBaby. We're going to be together for a bit here, a little impromptu, not even that well-versed in politics myself, but we're going to get through it together. We're going to do this together, okay? 2024, we got topics, we got stuff to get into here. And you know what? Even later tonight, I even plan to have a little guest, see if we can have ourselves a little pop-in. You know how these experts, these pros, you know how the pros do it, right? You're doing election stuff. You get a pop-in from a guest. I mean, they have like 20. I got one, okay? But how's your little election stream? A great sign of amazing things to come, okay, folks? Thanks for being here. There's my dirty finger in pure focus. But welcome, 2024 election. We're getting down here. In fact, I believe some results are coming in some respect here. The polls close. They start closing 4 p.m. Pacific time. Results in Georgia, Florida. So I'll show you everything that we're looking at here in a sec. I just want to say hello to the folks. Welcome. 844-900-2229. I didn't mention the number. But if there's something you want to say, you want to get on the air, you could call 844-900-2229. If you're overseas, if you're on the internet, don't want to use whatever, it's just better for you on a laptop or something, you could try through the internet. You could try callinstudio.com/show/anchorbaby. That link is pinned in the chat right now. And of course, you can always join the Discord. The Hangar is live and popping as it is. That link is also in the chat if you want to be part of the Discord. And that is forming as well. So, what's up, Ivana? What's up, Cuz? Carver, he black. Who are you? He's in my chat. Who are you? Toto. Everything is fake. Bob. We're going to be here for a bit, so lock in. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, maybe a bit off. Whatever. We're staying up late, I guess, because some of these results are expected around 10 p.m. Pacific time. Poor little Anchor Baby. He goes to bed at old people time. Shout out old people. You know, if I may steal a phrase. But, hey, who else? We got Mr. Pink. We got Harmony. Welcome. Better Things Reviews. We got No One in the chat. Who are you and No One? Falconing Pleasure. Very nice. Thank you, Santino. Thank you. Kilo. Mark. Elias. What are you doing, Elias? He says Trump's talking about Anchor Baby on the news right now. Trump is talking about you, Nick. You want Trump to call you Anchor Baby? It would be an honor. What's the problem with that? You want Trump to call you Anchor Baby? It would be just a factual statement. What would bother me about that? The president addressing me as the Anchor Baby? What an honor. What do you think? Elias, thanks for being here. Francisco, Z, and Pinochet, and everybody else joining us. We got an election to watch, and what I'm looking at here right now is Associated Press, some of this API capture from Google. How do I do this again? Oh yeah, Google. And as you can see, some of these results are expected. 4 p.m. Florida, 4 p.m. Georgia. By the way, let me know, chat. Hey, a quick mic check. How's it sound? Is it distorted, loud enough, etc. So yeah, Arizona 7 p.m. We got 10 p.m. some places here. This is Arkansas. So we're gonna be and this, in fact, this map started filling up here just a few minutes ago. In fact, just a few minutes ago, this little area right here, Indiana and Kentucky, votes are coming in. 5%, 2% reporting, electoral votes tallying up. Nothing official just yet, but I wanted to show you before we get into it. Calls and everything, super chats. I wanted to show you some of the setup here. We're on 270towin.com, and they got all sorts of snazzy tools to check out what's going on here. This is the, let me reset this. Reset the 2024 consensus. With the toss-ups, according to 270 to win, their view of how it's looking so far. Hey, no problem, no one. Of course, we got the Deep Blues safely might be all Trump. What can I say? It's a special time. But of course, the solidly blue states, New York, Vermont, we got a whole bunch. The toss-ups, we got Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. And I was just watching an interesting thing on Atlanta, and I believe we can even zoom in here, or at least see what happened. Oh no, I think we go here. This is another website. Okay, this is 538. They got lots of cool stuff here, and there was a in-depth view of Georgia and what a surprise Georgia was in 2020. And the big thing about Georgia was the big blue county of Atlanta and that whole area. Atlanta being very liberal stronghold. You know, there's a lot of black liberals. They say it's a gay capital of some sorts. And just giving you an overview on the changing attitudes, and you've seen the divide, how women, the LGBT, and all those groups, they're on the Democratic side. Kamala is advertising to them heavily. They know who their people are. So the upsets may even continue on into 2024, and it's what, the women and the beta and the female spirited. So here's Georgia. Oh, yes. I wonder if there's a way to look at all this from the previous years. We'll check in on that in a second here. But like I said, 844-900-2229. Appreciate everybody being here. You guys are rolling in. I see more people. Welcome. I had already welcomed everyone. And they're coming in. Indianapolis, Kentucky. I wanted to zoom in on that. Where did I have it? Where you could see it from 2020. Here it is, 2020 electoral votes. We got Indiana, Kentucky. They're solid. They were solidly red in 2020. They may just be the same now, as Donald Trump is heavily ahead in Indiana and Kentucky. We're starting to get New Hampshire votes coming in. So let me get situated here, because we're going to be paying attention to Twitter, the chat, calls, the Discord chat. So let's get all situated here in the plane. Are we flying Trump Force One right now? I think we are. Trump Force One all day. You know me, the American anchor baby. I'm voting Trump. Well, why did I get nervous all of a sudden? Like I'm not supposed to tell you. Maybe it was the women calling, saying that people don't say who they voted for, but y'all already know I voted, and for who. So getting down with Trump. So let me get situated. We got topics. Let me open it all up. A lot of major. Where does the country meet? Where's the membrane, so to speak? And it's honestly on the topics that get everybody going, but we're kind of, if you've been following politics and all that, maybe a little tired of hearing, but it's Christian nationalism. You know, they're worried about Christians, I don't know, being nationalists and fascists and making a country where people who are not Christian nationalists are welcome. They, it is for the women, it's a touch too low. Test. Hold up. Let's turn that off. Test. Come on. How about now? Testing 1 2 3. Test. Mic check. How's your little election going? Mic check. Welcome. Let me know, chat. Mic check. Okay. So where was we? Harris wins 50 times out of 100 in our simulations. Trump wins 49. So dead, real close, they say. And I forget where it was. If I have this fan on, are you guys going to hear it? How's this? 3/4, 5/6? Come on. I need better help than that. So, what was it? We got calls coming in 844-900-2229. And so we're gonna be here for a bit here. Let's kick back a little bit. I wanted to get into where was I? Some of a funny little thing, a silly endorsement. You know, you got these celebrities with their endorsements, and it's cringe. Sure, if we're gonna go there, cringe. I heard once Christians don't cringe, so be careful. That being said, I think it lays out a little bit of this membrane where the two kinds of Americas meet, what they're disagreeing on, what has them so worried or has them thinking that America should go a different path. I'm sure you're aware of some of these. will.i.am, anybody? You guys know will.i.am maybe a little bit. Isn't he the Black Eyed Peas guy? Very silly stuff. Calls coming in. Lots of calls coming in. Thank you. We'll get to you here in a sec. 844-900-2229. But he's got I don't even want to play this. It's just a song, okay? Let's see where I put it. But it lays it out a little bit, okay? What if we're going to have a conversation? You know what I mean? Aren't we supposed to talk it out, right? With our fellow Americans. We're supposed to work it out.
Mama, what's wrong with America? Why can't we get along in America? Something's going on in America. People entertained by
Welcome, Amy. Big time excited. Let's go.
Predator. We used to be united in America. Now we just divided in America. We all immigrants, different characters, but together, you know, we could break down the barriers. So register and vote for your life. Do it for your daughters and your sons and your wife. If you a woman, then vote for your rights. And don't let them take away your rights. We could be better than we ever been. We're about to have a woman president. Haters gonna say that we can't, but the word American says that I can. And we say, yeah, she can. And we say,
You gotta sit through the pain. These are our fellow American brothers, right? No? We're supposed to have love?
we say, yeah, she can. And she say, yeah, she can. And they say, yeah, she can. And we say, yeah, she can.
We're supposed to have, we need to have a little bit of patience here so we can understand them, right?
Yeah, she can. Yeah, she can. Yeah, she
Oh, is that all the lyrics? It's just more yes, she can. And as you sit through that, this is good. It actually is really good. It really does capture kind of like the basic lizard brain, low IQ kind of thinking of the public. And there's plenty of it on both sides. See, most people when it comes around Trump, it's centered around what they think they are denying by going against Trump and also going after the man. You know, some weak, meaningless statement about like unity or love. I mean, most people don't know. Most people don't have that or know what that means. At least you got, in my opinion, one side is the one that says, leave people alone. That being said, I think people really care about this real brainwashing. They care about breaking down the barriers. And how are you going to break down the barriers if you guys hate the color of these people? At least we don't hate the color. We have the chance to break down these barriers. All we have to do is not hate the color that we see. But they go on hating the unseen. You know, they go on hating the unseen, their fellow brothers and sisters in America. They don't think right. It's pure. All the love is gone. Out of the window. This song goes out of the window. This song goes straight out of the window. And they will go after the man. They go after the man, Trump personally. They're excited about a predator, he says. He's calling him a predator. It really reveals the people. It's its own folly. You know, it's the most revealing part of the criticism to go after the man in that way. Because you're going after yourself. You're going after yourself. Can you hear me here? Test. Calls coming in, 844-900-2229. One quick look at what's going on here, and then let's get to one. As results are coming in, Indiana and Kentucky. We're strapped in, okay? I believe we have someone. Is this a battleground state? I believe it might be out of North Carolina. Thank you for your call, Brian. Appreciate you being here.
I'm in North Carolina.
What's up, sir?
Another day, man. How are you?
Welcome.
Nice. I went and voted today, and I voted for Donald Trump. You know, real men don't care about telling who they voted for.
Yeah.
If you don't, I noticed the only people who don't say it are people who have fear.
I heard it's an old school thing, maybe. So far from just ladies, though.
The ladies, they like to keep things quiet.
Which is good.
But so I went and voted today, and I noticed on the ballot for almost every single option, there was at least one woman on the ballot. And it was on both sides. Not so much the Republican side, but 100% through and through on the Democratic side. And I just thought that was pretty messy to see. And the other thing I noticed was when I went, you know, they were actually pretty on point with the procedure as far as like verifying who I was and my address and all that. But I had a friend. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. But I had a friend who went and did early voting, and she was voting from out of state, and they didn't even check her ID, and they allowed her to vote.
I mean, I've heard a whole bunch of mess like that.
I haven't really heard a whole lot, but I except for like people like speaking about their suspicions of things happening. but that's firsthand. I know that is something that happens. So
I've been seeing it online. Really, I know Elon Musk brought a whole bunch of attention to certain things, certain places where you don't need IDs to vote. I mean, what? How can that? What's so positive about that? I can't even hear a good justification.
yeah, I can't think of one either. But the other thing that I noticed was at the end of the ballot, they had a last question on it, and I can't remember verbatim what it said, but it was something along the lines of some amendment or something or another that was stating that in order to vote, to be able to vote in the U.S., you have to be a citizen and you have to be of 18 years of age. And it asked for or against. And I thought that was kind of odd to have on the ballot too. I'm not sure. Was that like have you heard about that?
No, I haven't.
Is that like, I wonder if that's just like a polling question or what that is. But that was the last thing on the ballot, was that question there.
Well, no, I had no clue. No, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, that was just odd. So
yeah, man.
And then
I heard non-citizens they're fighting all sorts of laws that they're trying to enact about non-citizen voting and purging non-citizens from voter rolls, and they're fighting about that.
Well, it's done.
So you're done voting, but I was gonna say, about what's accepted. It doesn't even matter, huh? With you got Trump and Kamala, and people are deciding and voting. And it's like, okay, but both sides continue to accept kind of like, how do I put it? It's just the people, as the generations change, people accept more things. Like, for example, even the early voting thing. It happened 2020, totally changed everything. Like, oh, you can vote early, vote in by mail. And it was like, hey, that's maybe a bad idea. And then that passed, and now I guess it's just accepted. Republicans, Democrats, they all said, go vote early, do it now. Women is just, oh yeah, no, vote for this woman or that woman, doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat. The changes are happening culturally, all that. There are cultural changes despite the election. You understand?
You're saying that that's just something that you see happening because of the generation after generation is just slowly down the line accepting more mess.
Right, like there's a stronger force than than I guess a single election. There's a stronger runaway cultural train.
Yeah, man, because the election is, I mean, to put it simple, the election is outside, and inside of people's houses that live in this country is messy as all get out. I'm trying not to curse.
Is all what? What'd you say?
As all get out.
It's all get out?
As A-S.
Oh.
All. As all get out.
I gotcha.
I don't know if it makes sense, but my dad used to say that.
I was gonna ask, is that an expression you got to teach me, or did you bleep a curse word?
No, that's an expression.
Oh,
is all get out.
You got to teach me that one. That's from North Carolina.
You say "I'll be damned." Yeah. Jesse, ask Jesse. I'm sure
I'm gonna have to. He said something the other day too, cracking me up. But man, it's so true. The unit you're talking about, what's affecting what I'm talking about, the families and all that, man.
I was gonna call in. Well, I did call in to Joel earlier today, but he ran out of time. But I was gonna make that same point, because his point was, it's not the individual, it's the mind, the mentality of the black people, and that's so true, man. Maybe not my whole family, but a lot of my family, I've literally watched them just as you're stating with, you know, the way the elections happen through generations, they just slowly get further and further away from what they really came from, and it just gets worse and worse and worse, and it's all because of what's happening in the house and not having the father there.
I agree, man.
It all comes down to you not having a father, the father, right? I want the father specifically because every child needs their father. But for instance, my grandfather, you know, he raised me for quite a bit of my childhood, and you know, when my mother took him away from us, just like she took our fathers away from us, I literally can look back and watch how we just went down further and further and further away from the goodness that we once had. And it's all because the mother.
Yeah, man. The culture that is derived from the home, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. This culture too, it's like, in my mind, and this is just me making stuff up maybe, but in my mind, it's like there's only two directions. Yeah, like how do I put it? Away or towards God. It's like there's no unique, you can't be uniquely strong. Like there's strength is the same if you're black, if you're white, if you're anything. And so what am I rambling about? I'm just rambling about like some people might say, oh, well, this culture's strong for I don't know, you know, we talked about it on the Punchy TV episode. They're strong for the black people are strong for you know, getting not letting themselves be disrespected. You can't call them gay or whatever.
Right.
But I think that's a sign of like of an ever weakening culture, insecure, and all people are marching towards that as the homes continue to be less godly. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to put it.
But it is incredible how as everybody, as most families are doing that descent, like you say, it is incredible how they begin to reflect the black people.
Say again?
It's incredible to see how even other races of people who are descending, like you just said, they're just going down away from
just down.
It's incredible to see how they're acting just like black people act.
I think, that's a good way of putting it, because it seems like it's just more of like a direction. And as you know, you notice just everybody like gets dumber. You notice everyone just gets dumber. Like they care about, I guess, sillier things. Oh, it's abortion, or I don't know. They're targeted by, you know, lower IQ, kind of like political tricks, ads, anger, just fights, just
quick things.
Quick things, shallow.
Like a child, like a short attention span child.
Yeah, exactly. Right, yelling about rights. Where are my rights? You're taking away my rights? What? Like, let's break it down. 1 + 1. What rights are you? But that doesn't quite work. That doesn't quite work.
Man. 3 words at a time.
Yeah, man. It's deeper than all that, I guess, huh?
Oh, 100%.
Damn. What do the spirits have in store?
Who knows,
for
man?
America?
Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But it will be
big time.
It will be amazing to have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
So are we gonna know tonight, you think?
I don't know.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about, Brian?
No, sir.
Right on. All right,
Appreciate
man.
the time.
Yeah, man. Call me again.
All right. Take care.
844-900-2229.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on
What?
the free CBS News app.
What is this? Fighting for Haiti? Is that, did they just create that, or was that already in the works? Did they create that for Trump? They're eating the dogs. Fighting for Haiti. Why aren't the Haitians fighting for Haiti? New documentary, Fighting for Haiti.
About 30 bomb threats, all apparently fake, have targeted election-related locations
You heard about this?
nationwide. Law enforcement sources tell CBS News, and CBS's 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 is with us now. Nicole, what
They're
have we
saying
learned?
there were threats. You know, they're burning the boxes out there. You know, it's amazing that there's just these boxes out there in the street, and Americans go there and they put their vote in.
Hundreds of National Guard have been deployed across 15 states, Nora, and in Washington, D.C., even more on standby. And earlier today, U.S. Capitol Police arrested a man that they say arrived at the visitor center smelling like fuel. He was carrying a torch and a flare gun. Authorities say they don't believe the incident is connected to the election, but everyone here in the nation's capital on high alert. This
High
DC
alert.
Police command
Who's
post
excited?
will be operational
Welcome, everybody. We got new
24/7
people. Welcome,
through
welcome.
at least
Are we getting
Friday.
Are we getting a voting play-by-play in the chat?
At least 4 battleground stations,
We got
including
voters. We got people voting in the chat. They are
on the
amidst
results of the U.S. election. Nora?
their voting process,
Russia behind some of those.
doing
All right,
their
Nicole
civic
Skenga,
duty.
Thank you. All right, what we're
07's in the
watching
chat
tonight,
for all the
pathway to
voters
victory,
currently
270 electoral votes. That's
in the
next.
midst of the process. 07's in the chat. So just a little CBS for you. We're going to see if we can pay attention to another site here. But they're fighting for Haiti. I'm sure that has nothing to do with Trump. You ever see this Boondocks? You ever see this Boondocks song? A little vulgar. Let me see if I can skip the vulgar part. But you ever watch the Boondocks?
All-Star Celebrity.
This is will.i.am parodied a few years, some time ago. Years ago, definitely before Kamala Harris. This is will.i.am being parodied by the Boondocks.
AM's All-Star Celebrity Tribute to Barack Obama.
Got up this morning, things weren't working right. I said I want to make a change. I said I want to fight. Obama walked up and said, yes, we can. I said I want to ride.
Nope. Let's move on from that. But okay, just so you know, they predicted this.
Mama, what's wrong with America? Why can't we get along in America?
Why can't we get along?
Something going on in America.
Something's going on, and then it's like the racists, and then it's like the January 6ers, and then he's a predator, and then look at all these immigrants that these people hate, but they hate the unseen. So, I want to chat a moment here about fighting, actually, if I may. Then we're going to get right back into election stuff. We got callers. I want to get right to you, Kelly. Don't go anywhere. Election stuff. But I thought I'd mention this real quick about, I guess, fighting a little bit. It's just been on my mind considering, I guess, there's the election. America is fighting. At least some people out there are. And they want, they have all sorts of people to blame. There's like they believe the big lie. How do I put it? The big lie. They believe this big lie that you can blame anyone else for your life. That you could blame at all anyone else for your life. That you could blame an election, these voters, blah blah blah. And so I've had this Discord thing going on. It's pretty cool. A lot of you have joined in there. You guys have conversations. You guys get in the voice chat. You guys do all sorts of stuff. It's great. I got in there just last night. Just these past few days, I've been getting to know some people in there. Especially because there seems to have been maybe a little bit of a requirement for moderation in the Discord as it grows. It might need some rules or something. And I mentioned the other day, I think maybe even yesterday, I was telling you guys, no, this is not personal. This is that's the point of life and this Discord maybe to grow. You guys all heard, forgive your mom, I was telling you guys yesterday. But then you guys jump in the Discord and it's like, let's fight. Let me bash someone over the head. Let me try and teach somebody, save somebody. And so I was saying, whatever, just as a call to watch ourselves, I got to do the same. As just a call, a reminder to watch ourselves. And so I got in there last night too. And it's like, I may be the worst one. Straight up. Like, I may be the worst. I didn't get in there and fight people, but there was, we had ourselves some honest moments. No, I was getting to know people. And I was just saying last night, because we were talking a little bit about finding God and about refining yourself, that, oh, we love being in the Discord to sharpen our swords. But the sharpening in question is just fighting. It's just not having a real conversation. And this goes doubly for me. That's why I'm telling you this. I'm just talking about having a standard for yourself, about not having useless conversations and fights with people. It's so evil. And we give all sorts of names to justify fighting. We call it sharpening the sword. So this isn't me telling you how to act in my Discord. We've set up some tools in the Discord. If you go in, you'll see a create channel function where you can create your own voice chat. Whoever creates a voice chat, you can create endless amount, I believe. You can set your own rules, change the name, how many people you want in there. So we've created tools so that you can operate how you want. It's not me telling you how to, I'm not being your mama here. This is unsolicited advice. Fighting and bickering is not love. Walking away is love. Walking away is love. When there's no real conversation anymore, walking away is love. Yeah, the hanger's cool. Link is in the chat. But man, fighting. Just what a good theme, especially on election night. What can assuage your silly fears more than realizing you're your own world and not Kamala Harris, not Trump. And no, don't worry, I'm not going to censor you guys. I'm not going to censor you guys. You guys are adults in the Discord. Do your thing. But what was I? Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. What a more freeing truth is that? You're your world. You don't, not Kamala, not Trump, not these people who try to get you mad about this or that. So let's check our super chats real quick, and I want to get right to my callers. Thank you so much, Kale Samogi. Says, Nick, show us some 2016 footage where the Democrats realized Trump was going to win. Get our spirits up. We need the energy. We need an energy injection from Trump. Are you talking about one of these good old, the election night compilation? Some of the best ones. Trump can't win. Oh, yeah. This one. You guys got to take this one in, then we're going to get to this call. And more super chats, topics, and more.
First and foremost, it's finally here.
Get pumped.
Going into this night, where do we stand?
This is where we stood coming into the night. 268 to 204, so clearly an advantage for Secretary Clinton.
Take a look here. If Donald Trump wins tonight, no matter who they voted for, take a look at these numbers here. 21% say they'll be concerned. 37%
Trump
say
and
they'll
Clinton,
be scared.
2016.
This is what both candidates want. They want to be living there starting January 20th of next year. Florida's been going back and forth. Just changed again. It's only 11,000 vote lead. Just now it changed.
Math on your feet. I like this.
The Empire State Building in New York City. Take a look at our running tally of the electoral vote. Anderson, this night is turning out to be a real nail-biter.
All along, the Trump campaign has been saying that Florida's a must-win for them. And I mean,
they can't win without it.
Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida.
You know, I'm guessing that the people in Brooklyn...
This is not right now. We're watching 2016 Hake to get pumped up.
Probably, I can see their fingers
That's
probably.
the Hillary Clinton headquarters.
Yeah, fingers probably bleeding because there's no more nail to bite.
I wouldn't call anything encouraging for Hillary Clinton at the moment, to be honest with you, my friend.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were
Look at their
happy and
faces.
relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying.
This was a white lash against a changing.
Oh, remember that? A white lash.
It was a white lash against a black president.
This is the people rising up saying it's time to listen to us. It's time to listen to us in Michigan and Wisconsin and work for the people.
Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race.
Oh my gosh. Get pumped. Get pumped. Because it's still early. It's still nice and early. So let's pop in here. We are paying attention to the New York Times election results here. We got Google. Definitely the New York Times one. 538 and 270 to win. Keep an eye on all that, okay? We're going to take a look at one of the, and that's from 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎, by the way. Thank you, 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎, for the super chat and the reminder. We'll get back to super chats and more. But first we have Kelly, I believe. We got Kelly on the air. Thank you so much for your call.
Hello, am I on air?
Kelly, you're on the air. Thanks for calling me again.
Hey, Mr. Nick.
Yes.
Yes,
It's
yes.
an honor that you joined my show, my stream. We're trying to class it up, not be so immature. So it's a pleasure to have Kelly. It's a pleasure to have Kelly here with us today.
Are you suggesting that I'm a boomer? It's true. It is true.
And we love the boomers, like Hank says.
Grandma Kelly called in. You betcha.
No, it's a badge of honor. Trying to class it up here.
Well,
you know?
the honor's mine. The honor's mine. Thank you for taking my call.
Welcome.
Yes, I thought it was pretty. To me, I had to laugh a little bit a few minutes ago when you were speaking of how some of the ladies had, or some people had mentioned that there was a time when there might have been a more privacy sentiment to who you actually voted for in the end, and the emphasis was on just simply going out and voting. And yes, we had talked about that, and
that's true.
Yes, and you know, I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not representing the whole country back in the 60s. I just meant I do remember being taught that in the Florida Everglades in elementary school. Just simply, you know, we learned to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we were taught about voting. And we were taught that our vote was sacred. And I think that's where I got I sure don't remember the conversation, but I'm sure that's where I got the idea of, you had that privilege of keeping to yourself who you actually voted for. But then the other gentleman was talking before me, and I was enjoying his Southern accent.
Yeah, Brian.
It's way more sultry sounding in North Carolina than in Florida, I'm telling you, because I tuned back into some relatives in Florida, and they all started sounding like Daffy Duck. They were going, hi, yo, and all this.
More of a panhandler accent.
Yeah, okay, but yes, sir. Anyway, so, yes, I do remember that sentiment, but the reason I'm calling in...
Brian don't know nothing. Yeah. He's a senseless millennial like me.
No, never.
We're just ready to run and gun and say, whatever, ladies, let us say what we want, but...
Yeah,
we're getting the input from someone who was there.
Enough of the prattle from a female. I understand the sentiment. So let me see if I can focus on. I had actually written down a note in case I got nervous.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said thanks for writing down a note. Go ahead.
I tried. Yeah, just that. So when I don't share about who I vote for, there is a little bit of trepidation and fear, like the last caller in was referring to, and it may very well be because I'm female, and that's fine. But nevertheless, it's true that, I do feel a little cautious about putting out my final vote. Nevertheless,
hey, no problem there.
But moving on from that, nevertheless, what I can say is I was one of those people back in 2014 during the election that when Donald Trump won, or President Trump won, I was very, very distraught. I cried.
Oh, wow.
I didn't understand how it had happened, and but nevertheless, see, the world didn't fall apart, and now the Lord continues His history, and here we are at this election. So now it's all to the Lord allowed it, and now we are here today, and I can share that I did not vote for Kamala. That does not necessarily mean I voted for Trump, but I have had such a
we'll take it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's like at least thank you for helping me consolidate that thought. And yes, just partly as a female, I just wanted to share that a lot of the ideas that I am listening to in these podcasts I am listening to lately that are more oriented towards the leadership of the man and the whole concept of Eve was beguiled and maybe she just doesn't have the level of understanding. And anyway, that whole thing it's hard to hear.
You're saying you're
sometimes.
agreeing with that, or you're saying you're having trouble hearing that?
Well, I'm having a hard time listening to it.
Yeah.
I agree with it. I agree with it, sir. It's just hard to take the walk of shame. Remember the walk of shame, and the bell.
I dare not. I dare not speak on it.
Yes, I know.
I'm keeping it classy.
Yes, but it's just that whole thing, and I also want to keep it classy. I just meant
no. I'm joking. That was not unclassy of you. But you were saying about this is quite interesting. You're saying about you're hearing some ideas about men and women in leadership, etc., and other things, and some of it you agree, some of it causes you pain. There may be some overlap between the two. I want you to describe that a bit.
Yes, I do not want to be, to the most of my ability, and the Lord allows it, I do not want to be a human being who is just simply led and hypnotized. I do want to use what little abilities that I have to try to be prudent as to the final decision, because I am responsible for my own salvation with fear and trembling. I'm trying to work that out. So, gosh darn, I'm losing track of the point already. I'm so wordy.
No, let me help. So you were talking about having fear because you're female. Can you go into that a little bit? What is it that you're having fear with, and describe the female part, your understanding of that, and how being female affects that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just conceding that because it's such a small point that it's like, okay, my history, personal, not that it matters that much, but I served in the U.S. military for many years. So I never felt like I really had a point to prove as far as the whole feminist movement or whatever. And I joined right out of high school to defy my father. And on a surface level, I told all of my friends and everybody, you know, the benefits. I get to go to college and all this. And so I can now trace back through my life and see how these fork in the road decisions I made affected my whole life.
I didn't know that about you, Kelly. Can I direct you the conversation a little bit because of time? Is there something you fear about this election?
Oh, I'm just confident that the Lord is at the helm, and I'm very excited about seeing the results. And sorry to take up so much time.
No, you're good. I had another question for you. On the podcast that you were listening to, what is it that they were saying that caused you pain about men and women?
The truth hurts. And for some reason, I'm able to hopefully assess the truth a little bit more now.
And what is the truth?
Then, oh, goodness. Oh, suddenly I'm without words. The truth... the truth for me is...
and maybe if it helps, maybe the truth that you could describe is the truth you heard, for example, on one of these podcasts, if it helps you narrow it down a bit.
Yeah.
That's a big one. It's a big ask.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
What's
just
the truth?
Yes, the concept of, it's not a concept, but for me, the reality that as a woman, I have, through the evil of this flesh, I have brought about great pain in my family and caused a great deal of family pain. I don't want to say anything more than that.
And you're saying it's because you're female?
Well, first of all, I think it's because
I'm glad I asked you. You said yes because you're female? Partly or whatever?
All humans are imperfect, and yes, because I'm a female.
I'm glad I asked you too, Kelly, because I've heard a whole bunch of podcasts, and hey, maybe this is a double-edged sword. You could say it for me, maybe about boring or stupid or silly, but you got to be careful what you hear out there. Okay, most podcasts are stupid. Most of these guys with their truth about women, they're missing the mark. Okay, and there's only one thing you got to know. Look, all that is there may be interesting things they're talking about because I don't know exactly what you're listening to, but if they're telling you that your problems in life are coming because you're a woman, the damage you caused in your family or whatever is because you're a woman, they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, it's not because you're a female. Have you listened to Jesse Peterson?
Yes, but I'm very new to it. Maybe I'm hearing something wrong.
No. I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that it's just not that. That men and women are different. Sure, I'm not here denying that. But now after hearing Jesse, I don't know if you heard him ever talk about anger. Have you ever heard him talk about anger?
Yeah, that's the bottom line, is the anger piece.
So once you hear the truth, once you know that truth, you don't have to. You can stop. You can now overcome all those silly words like female. You don't have to be a female now. Oh, I'm just this way because I'm a female. There's nothing you have to do.
Right.
You now transcend that. So, So I'm just saying, having fear. It's not because you're a female. Okay, it's time to overcome those words. And that's the gift. That's the gift that's the gift I think through Jesse I got and felt or whatever from his message. That's the freedom. That's the freedom. So now that you know better, you're not going to call yourself that anymore. Right?
Okay. Right. Well, I'm gonna. Now you've given me something new, and that is a good thing. What you just said, I think that's the truth. That's what I was trying to say, and you helped me to say it. And so there.
Amazing.
Anyway, Grandma Kelly. I don't know. That might be about it. Grandma Kelly today.
Right on, Kelly. Well, anything else you want to say before I let you go here?
Oh, just thank you for your labor of love, and
We're here all night till the wheels fall off. I think we'll see. We'll see if I can
okay,
last.
great.
But they say final results will be at 10 p.m. I'm supposed to be way in bed, but
yeah.
we'll talk about it. Hey, Kelly, call me again.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
844-900-2229. I'm glad I asked Kelly there. I'm glad because my spidey senses were tingling, and I know when I hear some of that identification mess. 𝒔𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, let's get to these super chats, okay? And I see calls coming in, 844-900-2229. We got amazing super chats. I want to start it off with 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, who started it off earlier. Says, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do to celebrate when Trump wins. This seems like one you sent the other day, but hey, it says it's today. That says today. Depressed toilet. No, that's not from, none of these are from today. These are from today. Trump, let's go. 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, thank you so much. Santino with the super chat says, I have noticed most of the Republican news outlets allow a live chat, but the Demon Rat outlets have the comments section off. What the? Yeah, they're not ready. They're not ready for the smoke. As soon as they open up that chat, it's Trump. It's Trump walls. And no, it's not bots. Carver, thank you for the super chat. Says, Knit, can you borrow Jesse's giant foam MAGA hat? We just might. 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, thank you for that reminder. Art, Angband Art with the super chat says, they will prolong the elections for media views. Hopefully we get to know tonight. What a mess. 𝒔𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, thank you for the super chat. Says, happy elections, Nick. Hey, have you ever watched the show Queen of the South? It's one of my favorites. If so, what are your thoughts? I don't even know what that is. Queen of the South. Requires some homework. Thank you, 𝒔𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔, though. Appreciate the support. We're here. We out here. Let's see what the AP, what they're up to with their coverage real quick. Then we'll check Twitter. We got more super chats. Oh, they have like a cool little multi-cam view. No real talking heads. That's snazzy. Team Trump, Team Trump. Look at the chat. You got this, Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. MAGA. Trump, Trump. Blue hearts. Okay, maybe that's Democrat. Trump 2024. Trump. Come on, Georgia. Turn red. Look at red hearts. Trump, Trump. Look at this chat. Look at this. This is the AP. Get pumped. Okay. Look at all that Trump. It's a wall of Trump. David Morgan with the super chat says, for all the Canadians voting Trump, let's go. Incredible. More results coming in. In fact, in the course of the calls and all that, we got 19 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 3 for Kamala Harris. I mean, the ones so far were, if we check, let's go back and check our little thing here with 270. And we got Indiana, Kentucky, of course, Vermont. Those are the 3 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Vermont. There they go. What's up with Vermont? Anybody know? What are these people like? Where's wait, am I getting my places mixed up? Where's Martha's Vineyard? No, that's Massachusetts. So they love this stuff over there in Vermont. They love the mess. Immigrants for thee. Vermont is like San Francisco with cows and snow. Those are the kind of chats I need. See, be better election election sidekicks, or is that just me showing my ignorance? Richmond, we got votes coming in all over. Virginia, Georgia, one of the ones to watch. So let's look at the change. 2020, which ones are we looking at? We're looking at Vermont. Hold on, I'm clicking everywhere. Look, Zoomer, hold on. New Hampshire and Vermont. See, New Hampshire is one that leans. New Hampshire is one that leans here. So they're over here in these 35 electoral votes that are a little less likely to go for Kamala than these 192, like the 3 in Vermont. So we got those counting up. Virginia, this is how it looked like in 2020. Virginia, blue leading. Everyone is high in Vermont. Is that true, Agbandart? Is that true, Vermont people? Defend yourselves in the chat now. Or maybe you don't feel like the need to defend. Georgia's looking red. Let's go. Is that how you feeling? It's all up to, is it going to be up to that whole Atlanta? What county is Atlanta in? Atlanta County. What county are you in? Fulton County. Hardcore blue. Very, very gay. I hear. Shout out Georgia. There's Fulton. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, these cities, they coalesce. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the generous super chat. Appreciate the support. Very nice. So where was we? Those are oh yeah, and of course Florida. Trump won that in 2020. A likely in 2024. A battleground in 2016, right? A battleground, one they needed. But that's what's going on there. So let's check in on, let's keep a good look at over here. South Carolina, votes coming in. Very cool. Very nice. Now let's pull this up. AP. Let's see what the other channels are saying.
Your movie is really fun.
Very cool. What's up, Rumble? Fox Homie, Black Dot, J1. Thank you so much, D Live, for the support. Gabe's for Rec, Kilo Alpha Tango. Let's see the chat over here. No chat? What's this? What's this? Well, this is nothing. That can't be anything. Aha. One more coverage and then something else.
That kind of stuff matters. You're so close to the election at that
Look
point.
at the chat.
It still comes down to the issues that affect
Trump.
That's gas and groceries. It's higher under Kamala Harris. It's crime. It's higher under Kamala Harris. The border's wide open. Drugs are pouring in. It's human trafficking and child smuggling. I mean, when you bring illegal aliens into your communities, the drain it puts on the resources of health care and education, first responders, those are real things that real Americans have to face on a daily basis. Not to mention the wars breaking out all over the world. These are things that really matter to the American people, and that's ultimately what drives them to the polls. We've had 4 years of Kamala Harris. We've had 4 years of Joe Biden, and it's failure. Time and time again, the American people feel it, they know it, and they want
Look at the
change.
chat, Trump.
TK here. And so the theory of the case for Kamala Harris
It's just
is that
walls
she's
of
going
Trump.
to spend an awful lot of money, 3 times what has ever been spent before, on getting out the vote. Donald Trump kind of outsourced some of his get out the vote. He's also relying on people who have a history of voting in lower numbers.
844-900-2229. I'm also on the Discord One at a Time channel. If you pop in and say, just pop in, say hello to the people on election night here, 2024. I'll be in the One at a Time channel
stand in line, as you're saying. I mean, these crazy long lines
for the
are all sitting all
foreseeable
around the
future.
country and stay in line to cast
You
their
could also
ballot.
try the web link that's pinned in the chat, okay? It's callinstudio.com/show/anchorbaby. You're so right. Why am I not spamming? We need to be spamming. Spamming Trump. Wait, watch this. Trump. Then we'll put red. Just copy paste. Look at this. Yes. Wait, no, I'm not allowed to do this. It's not letting me. Let me spam. Spam for Trump. Spam for Christ. Spamming solves everything. Spamming solves everything. We just gotta spam Trump enough. This is BBC News. Everybody wants him here. Okay, let's check one more. Let's see if they're doing it elsewhere. Where's the lives? Did we do MSNBC?
I paid for my own college, so I knew I'd have to start accumulating a lot of money, paying student loans, paying rent. There wasn't much left over.
I don't know. It's not showing me. PBS. Chat disabled. They're not ready for the smoke. Chat disabled. If we just spam the chat enough, Trump will win. All right. Give me 1 second here.
Were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout with early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020 for total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
So let's take it around our panel. We just heard a little bit about the abortion issue, Laura.
Nick is blocked? Oh, you think I'm blocked? No, I think it's just disabled.
Because we saw it in 2022 in the midterms. This was obviously
Okay, anyways. Let's look at the map once more. Let's get into some topics here while we wait for more election results. But let's take a quick overview of 538. See what they're saying here. Oh, wait. Quick check on CNN. 538, and then we'll do some topics, okay? I want to get into some stuff here. Some stuff we could chat about while we pass the time waiting for more votes to come in. I'm planning on speaking to a guest later, just so you guys know. In about an hour, maybe less, is the plan here. So we're going to be talking to somebody here. We got somebody to pop in and how's you on your little election stream. We might even have to, if as the night goes on, and if it goes on and on, we might have to jump into other places, like other worlds, digital worlds, so to speak. And get a look at get a finger on the pulse. What's up, the real Mr. Mad? Thank you for joining. Welcome, sir. How you been? Trump towers in the chat are the only towers allowed right now. Keep the energy going. Thank you, David Morgan, for the super chat. Says, "Let's go, Trump. Make oil great again. Drill, baby." Let's go. Somebody has to watch out for the Canadians. I guess it has to be Trump. All right.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything.
All of these have this weird live commentary thing. What is live commentary? It's different than a live chat. Because wouldn't I be seeing the 129,000 people watching this right now? Yeah. Something tells me the fake news. A little scared. So, forecast, how the forecast has changed over time. The forecast updates at least once a day. Uncertainty will decrease as we get closer to election day, with a 95% of outcomes, 270 for Harris, 268 for Trump, real close. These are just projections and all that. So now going back, you have a snazzy little graphic here. Going back to August, July, August, at least according to 538, there was a flip here, August, going from Trump riding, of course. Wait, when was hold on, I'm getting my timeline mixed up. When was the attempted assassination of Donald Trump? Butler, Pennsylvania. July. That was July. So going back July, huge surge. And it's just been what's the word? Seesawing. They projecting. September 18th. Amazing. So I wish I could go back farther, because there's probably a huge change going back to October. More on that later. October 7th and all that. So, 23 so far electoral votes for Trump, with West Virginia inputting their 4 electoral votes towards Trump. Let's go. What's up, Mario Baldo? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. We're kicking it back, watching the results. All is well, Marty. Election day is a thing of the past. Yeah, Rome, you think... So are we not going to know? Will we know? Will we know? When will we know? What does BBC have to say about it? In some presidential races, the victor has been named late on election night or early the next morning. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, for example, a recount would be required if there's a 0.5 percentage point difference between the votes cast for the winner and loser. In 2020, the margin was just over 1.1 percentage points. So 0.5 percentage point. In fact, I think I could do that myself, Amy. If you're in the YouTube chat, you could be part of polling. We're doing polling data. We are gathering election polling data in my chat. In the YouTube chat. What's up, Jules? Thanks for being part of Rumble. Nice. Welcome. 844-900-2229 if there's something you want to call about. Let's, I think, switch gears a little bit. Talk about a topic maybe. I don't want to miss anything here. All sorts of results coming in for these states. Let's check Google real quick, as they are calling them in. Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. all counting. New Hampshire. Everybody get their votes in. Who's not voting? Who didn't know? Maybe you don't want to say, but who's staying out of it? No vote at all. Not getting involved. And why? Same. Right on, Marty. Very nice.
Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see what.
When it comes to getting to market and
okay. Let me check what y'all are saying. Let me scroll up.
23, Donald Trump 57 to 42. So that's the
None of you
emerging
believe
gender
it.
picture inside North Carolina at the moment.
87% no.
27-point gender gap there in North Carolina with these early numbers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And just for national reminder, the largest gender gap nationally was in the Clinton race against Donald Trump. That was 24 points. So a gender gap of 27 in North Carolina is larger than the national gender gap in 2016.
It could be one of the big storylines we are covering tonight. And Celia, I understand you're hearing some other information about North Carolina.
Well, we're just following some polling before this. We expect to get a more detailed breakthrough on North Carolina soon.
The dreaded 4 a.m. bump? I don't know what you're talking about, Kevin Howe.
We're particularly interested tonight because of their significance
The
in
dreaded
this election
4
and how
a.m.
tight
bump?
the races are in these battleground states. In North Carolina,
Will it be another gas leak or some? What was it in 2020? Some pipe burst. They had to stop counting in Georgia.
Care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters, particularly who
Yeah, 2020, Atlanta, Georgia, no less. Fulton County,
are not what their parents
one of the problem counties. Yeah, a pipe burst at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, caused a temporary delay in counting.
Certainly be following it in North Carolina, but again, 24% in North Carolina, 38% of Latino voters since 2016 have never voted before, so we know nothing about them and how they will vote today.
So interesting. Thank you, Cecilia.
So interesting, they're surprised.
We are getting word that Donald Trump is not.
How do you think they're going to vote? We don't have any idea how 38% of Latinos are going to vote. The only surprise and upset or anything even worse that's notable is if Latinos vote Trump, which I believe they are voting. There's an increase, no? Increase in Latino voters for Trump. Trump's gains with Pennsylvania Latinos, as they say over at Politico. Not insignificant.
All the men of America need to fulfill their duty, get to the voting booth.
And they may not mind the island of garbage comments. But what's up with Catholic Hispanics? They love Kamala. Catholic Hispanics. They love I guess they're okay with abortion. Harris heavily favored over Trump among Hispanic Catholic voters. And what's up with that?
Maybe even surging towards the Democrats. They need Republican men to show up, and they're saying, show up after work.
But do you think they would be doing that if they weren't worried? Does that show?
Kind of a common story.
Both campaigns are on edge. I wouldn't say anybody's feeling confident now because everyone's seeing the high turnout, but no one's quite sure inside the Harris campaign or inside the Trump campaign what exactly it means.
Wow, really interesting. You know, the other big story that we are following tonight is control of Congress. Both chambers.
Kind of a common story, no? Kind of a common story a little bit there with those voters.
Both parties face an uphill challenge defending Congress, and there's also
Let's turn this off. Hold on. We'll keep an eye on that. Kind of a bit of a common story. Your 90-year-old grandma voted Kamala. See, kind of a recurring story there. What do you think it is, Chad? I think it's mama culture. Mama influenced culture. Speaking of culture, right? Something you should overcome, words. I think it's a little bit of that. It's I mean, what do you mean by that, Cesar? She was born a Democrat. What does she say? What does she say if she says anything as to why she's a lifelong Democrat or whatever? You know, a lot of family members I know, their thing is they'll look at who's for the Latinos? Who's going to help them out? But then I also know all the ones who were helped by Reagan. Oh, we got amnesty from Reagan, so we love him. So there's a whole bunch of tensions. Let's get into some. Let's just do some topics now. 844-900-2229. Keep watching this here. 23 Trump, Kamala Harris 3. Looks like we probably have some time here, right? Probably have a whole bunch of time before some more major results come in. I will read super chats and all that. buymeacoffee.com/anchorbaby. But all sorts of tensions, they say. They're locked and loaded. Some of the reporting says. Locked and loaded. Barricaded businesses. They got security fencing went up around the White House. Look, images of fighting, I guess. A Trump supporter left, gets into confrontation with a Harris fan outside an event for Tim Walz. Whatever. In the Keystone State, threats to blow up a Republican office. What's the Keystone State? Pennsylvania. We're learning things. Some guy arrested in Arizona for allegedly shooting a Democratic campaign office. Barricades. Alleged attacks of a poll worker because they asked the man to remove his MAGA hat twice. What do you mean I can't wear it? All it says is make America great again. FBI and police hunting for the arsonists trying to set fire to those ballots. Locked and loaded. What do you think, folks? Hype. You know, call it election hype. You know, to get I don't know, emotions, clicks. The barricading is happening, though. The fencing and all that is happening for whatever they're preparing for. But on that, where was this? I wanted to mention something about just the mind and stuff. You know, it's how crazy people are. Look, check this out. I had this whole thing on the mind. Autism rates. You know, RFK Jr., you know about him. RFK, they're saying he's going to make America healthy again. An announcement that will impact every single American, they say, according to Revolver. On January 20th, the Trump White House will advise all U.S. water systems to remove fluoride from public water. I'm ignorant on this. But RFK cares a lot about these things. He's made a lot of comments about health, what's in the food, what's in the vaccines, what's in this or that. I don't know much about that. But it's an interesting, diverse team Trump is building. They're going to give him the reins for health. But beyond health, because I'm not an expert, I'm not a doctor, there's like a funny cultural thing happening. Speaking of culture and what must be overcome, RFK with the smoker voice. I don't know if that's smoking or Ryuzaki. I don't think it's smoking. But speaking of culture, the things that must be overcome, there's in this health world, there's this huge runaway train, so to speak. I was looking at this just the other day, remembering Jesse's commentary on Asperger's. I don't think they call that anymore. No, is that a outdated designation? A neurodevelopmental disorder. Maybe it's not outdated. Maybe there's a whole bunch of people with Asperger's, but they call it. See, look. Yes, the term Asperger's syndrome is outdated, is no longer used as a diagnosis. Asperger's, but it seems like all the millennials have it, right? It seems Nick's Dream Audience has 100% autism score, perfect score. There's tests online. Get tested. No, don't do that. Then you're going to really believe words. Then you'll never overcome words. What a mess. Among all age groups, diagnoses rose 175% between 2011 and 2022. Researchers say better screening, raised awareness, broader diagnostic criteria are driving the surge. How much broader are you going to get? I'm not a doctor. But this says recent studies have pointed to environmental factors like pollution and aging mothers as playing a role. There you go, RFK. Save the autistic kids. If it's pollution and all that. 1 in 36 U.S. children, 1 in 50 adults have autism. Is that real? That seems like a lot. 1 in 50 adults, according to the CDC. See, that's the thing. I've met a whole bunch. I've met a number of people. They say they're autistic. They say they have this or that. These people in particular that I'm thinking of seem relatively normal to me. Yeah, they may be quirky in some way, but really, if they had not told me anything about autism, I don't know if I would have thought that about them. I have a number of people, I'm thinking of 2, who say they have ADD. One was diagnosed with it growing up, and then in his adulthood, doesn't take medication, whatever, just something he went through as a kid. Another one says he has ADD, takes medication for it, requires it, blah, blah, blah. I see no difference between these 2 I'm thinking of. I don't really see a difference between anyone I've described so far. These are just anecdotal people in my life. I may have now, there is one youngin', quite young, that I am acquainted with. They say he has autism too. Now this one, he's a strange one. He seems like a total child, even though he's like an adult now, but acts like a total child. And I wonder if they can care for themselves. But that's one out of all these people who call themselves autistic, ADD, blah, blah, blah. And then on top of that, a whole bunch of depressed people, a whole bunch of them depressed. And I can't think of differences between them. I really can't. I can't think of anything that makes them special and different and worse or depressed or autistic. I can't. So beyond health, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's polluted. If it's they're putting chemicals in the water. I heard today from somebody, I think Omar, on Third Rail, Omar with the Hake report, if you caught it, about something like a quarter, and I could be wrong here, youngins in America, children maybe, I don't know, something young too, that identify as some sort of LGBT. I don't know. Beyond health, there's this cultural thing though, like a total weakness to words, justifying the mind and emotions. All these words, this whole industry about ADD and blah blah blah. You notice the language behind it all. It's always justifying exactly how you feel. How you feel is real. What you're thinking and what you're feeling is real. And it's a problem. You got all sorts of people with using the power of the tongue to say they have these problems. Making their self God. Worship of self. It's sick. And I see calls coming in. Thank you. 844-900-2229. That sounds way more sick to me than anything. You got a whole bunch of people turning their what's the word? Upending their whole lives because they got to move to a red state. We got to go to Florida. We got to go to, I don't know. There's all this data. 3.5 million Americans who've moved since 2020. 66% of Republicans moved to states. Former President Donald Trump won last election. 54% of Democrats relocated to areas that voted for Biden. They dividing even more. The divide. I heard someone maybe even say that this a setup for a civil war? There's no civil war happening. What was I was thinking about this the other day. Civil war. Maybe it'll come back to me. But they're packing up and they're living in the Republican area, living in the Democrat area. And I've been receiving personal stories from people who've done just that. They're not exactly happy. This is just anecdotal again. They're not exactly, I'm amongst my people. We're all Trump people, which, pardon, it might be nice. I'm thinking of one buddy. It was nice for a bit, but it didn't last. It didn't last. Wanting to fit in, this natural urge, like the skim calls it, like the ladies at the skim call it, with all the data on people dividing and moving because of how their neighbors vote. This natural urge, as they call it. Call it natural, call it evil. Call it messed up. I think that's what I'd call it. I think I'd call it messed up, and I want to get to callers 844-900-2229. Don't go anywhere. A little on culture, if we may spend some time on this before we check the map again and get to calls. Still the same states. Data coming in on the other ones. If we may on this for a little bit. Culture and what's got people in a stranglehold, all sorts of different things. But for some it's culture, for some it's how you're supposed to act, but if you notice, culture is just a word people use to justify behavior. We're talking about Mexico. No, Mexicans, they say they're tough, they say they're machisto, they run their homes, the women over there, they know the woman's place and that they cook. You're supposed to cook, right? We're women. But they also have rape. I mean. What am I getting at? Look, about culture and Mexican culture in this particularly right now, what I'm talking about now. They call it manly and all this, but where was I? I totally forgot what I was going to say. What was I saying? 844-900-2229. They're dominating. Look, that is not really unique what people are going through. And I think the women are also dominating families over there. And the fellas are lashing out. It's more of like a feminine lash out. All this violence against the females. Most Mexicans I know are beta AF. Ape raise. Just look at them. They voted in a woman president. You want to see a rape culture? It's angry men. Angry men mad at their mothers. Oh, what the heck? I forgot what I was gonna say. Whatever. Punchy. I was gonna say something about Punchy TV. Maybe it'll come back to me. But we got Mr. Mad here on the air. How you doing, sir? Nice to hear from you, Mr. Mad.
Is it me? Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Nice to hear from you, man. Where you been?
Yeah, long time no
Where
hear.
you been, sir?
Man, I've been all right, man. I got a whole new back installed into me.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I had a back installed into me, man.
What's that? What is that?
I had a spinal fusion.
Oh, you're a cyborg?
Yeah.
You're a cyborg now?
I'm a cyborg, man. I'm part man, part machine, all chatter.
All chatter.
Yeah, just an all chatter. Nah, man.
No way, man. I mean,
you know, I was gonna
you don't have to say why or what, but that sounds like a huge change. It sounds.
Yeah, well, I think I kind of alluded to it over maybe the years, even, right? Like I always had like back problems and whatnot.
Yeah, a little bit.
I finally, so I figured I'd get it taken care of once and for all. Hopefully, this is the once and for all thing. But
wow,
I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling pretty decent.
Yeah, how does that going for you?
It's doing all right, man. It's not too bad. It's a lot less pain daily, like every single morning when I first wake up, type of thing. So for me, it's an improvement. I just got to see the long haul, the long term of it. But so far so good. And hey, man, I walked to my voting poll today, the voting booth, and I'm trying to make Illinois great again because it seems like Illinois is a problem, state here.
19 electoral votes.
And, what's that?
19 from Illinois. You say you're trying to make it great again?
I'm trying to make it great again because everybody else is all right, but it seems like here just a very centralized point. Much like every other big city, in the country, it seems to just be a big issue here. Did you know that last time when I voted, I voted in a bunch of female Democrat judges because I didn't know that you could just opt out of voting. It just says fill it in. Dude, they totally screwed me over on that one because I'm like, well, it was one option, and it's just like some woman judge. And I'm like,
so you could have left it blank.
I didn't even know that you could do that. Did you know?
I know because here in California on the machine it says there's a skip button for a bunch of stuff, so that's why I know that. And
they didn't even. I mean, I had the paper ballot because I'm thinking, I'm doing something here with
right.
the paper ballot, right?
So in Illinois, they give you a paper ballot.
Well, they give you the option, but I was adamant, just like I was adamant about voting today specifically, because I'm like, no, I'm not going to do this early.
I know. Look at all the things. Games. I was just thinking about that too. It's like, for all the things that have been said about voter shenanigans and early voting, right. That's been a foot in the door for more of that mess. But it doesn't seem like Republicans, or is there? It's just we kind of just accept this now, huh? No one's really. It's just accepted now. It's like, okay, this is the new way now.
Like even my own family, which I told them, I was like, no, just wait till the day of, man. Like, you don't gotta do all of this. But
and why do you say wait till the day of?
I don't know. I just felt like isn't that the original way of doing it? You vote on election day. You don't do this early voting stuff.
No, I've heard that too.
To me, it just seems the more traditional way, and paper ballots. I don't want this nonsense.
They're making it so convenient. They're opening up places right next to me. It's like I'm like voting early. Look at me go. I'm just like, I'm just I'm ready for the beast system.
I don't want them to count it. I don't want them to count it and then discount it later. You know, I mean, not that they probably won't do it this time around anyways, but
No, the early voters get theirs
but at
counted
least
for sure. And that's a joke.
we
just
gotta
joking.
try it. We gotta try it, right? We can't just lay down and die. We gotta at least give it a shot, right?
I was thinking about that though.
You know,
It seems like
I
we
got my
all
paper
just
ballot.
accepted it. Even the side that was trying to keep it
and
not be that
yeah.
way.
Here's the crazy part. I didn't even, all this talk about the voter ID and all this nonsense. I just put my name down and my address. They didn't ask for my ID. They didn't ask for anything.
Oh,
I
yeah, me
literally
neither.
walked in. I filled in my Trump circle, and I didn't vote for anything else. Not even, do you want to protect the electoral counting guys? Do you want to add an extra fund for this? No, just Trump. Listen, I threw my 2 pieces of paper in the machine, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I believe you're in one of the states that just does not require
it's a
ID
bad
to vote in
state here. I
person.
mean, we've been it's not even that it's the state. It's just Chicago. Chicago has been a hellhole since 1834 or whatever. I don't know what.
So is it the same
since the inception?
Is it also the way in Chicago, the way it is in a lot of these states? I notice it's really just the big city that'll be blue, but if you look into the little counties, it's just
exactly
red. Is it
If
the same way in
take
Illinois?
A look at a county by county map, you will see that like literally everything except for the big city, which obviously I get it because it's like 3 million people here versus I don't know how much the rest of the state has, but but it should still be a little bit more like the state itself should get a little bit more equal representation, right? Because I mean these people, even though they may not be as population dense as let's say I don't know the rest of the state, the rest of the people are the ones doing actual work. Like they're the ones with the farms, right? They're the ones waking up at 6 a.m, exporting corn or whatever they're doing, around here. So I feel like they should get a say as well. And they're not on board with any of this nonsense. It's the people that leech off the system, especially here, the big cities, Chicago. That's all they want. It's the school teachers that want $100,000 for working, 6 months out of the year, 8 months out of the year, whatever it is.
They're huge voting blocks, you're saying. And the unions.
Yeah, and I'm union, so that's kind of like catch double-edged sword here, catch 22. I don't know, whatever it's called, but same thing. But you know what's funny? Actually, our union actually denounced. At first, they were voting Kamala Harris, and then like I think our specific locals said no, we're not about that.
Wow,
we don't support none of this.
So they're saying they're staying out of supporting anybody.
I think as a whole, they will probably do it, but I think a lot of the members are saying, "Hey, no, we don't align with this."
Oh wow!
Yeah,
there's a lot of big,
a lot of hardworking people, and yeah.
No, you were saying
here's one of the things, man. We got a lot of forced overtime. Like not forced, but it is forced at the end of the day because you can't just go home. You can't just say no, I decline. So the one biggest thing I think for us was no tax on overtime. I mean, dude, if we can get that would be ridiculous. That would be something unprecedented. Like I don't even know how to explain that if we got that. Because I mean, you can work. I mean, there's a lot of guys out here that are 60 hours every single week, and you look at you look at what they're paying, and it's like you're getting straight time basically for something that's not even an option. Like you have to be out there. There's no question about it. So I think a lot of these guys are tired. They want to see their families. They want to be home, and a lot of them even would rather just have a whole day off and not even get some OT than be out there, an extra whatever. So it's just bananas, dude. I mean, I don't know how it works in other places,
But I guess people they're willing to eat the same slop and vote
And
for
that's
the
the
same
thing, though.
thing
I don't think
over
it's
and
these
over
types
again.
Of, I don't think it's these types of guys that are voting this type of nonsense in. Because you talk to any of these guys, they don't have time for any of this mess. They don't have time for these types of politics either. Like when you're idle hands are the devil's playground. So when you're a little bit too busy, it's like you're thinking about just how can I keep more of the money that I'm out here making, and then how can I keep like the things that I'm just used to, which should be fair. I don't want to pay for all this nonsense that's going on. Very close to me there was that Holiday Inn that was housing all these illegal migrant or immigrants. I'm not even calling migrants anymore because they're immigrants. I don't even like that word anyways. But they had the DNC convention here, and they took them from out of wherever they were. They repaved all those roads. They kicked out all the homeless bums, and they beautified the area for that convention. And then they stored them all right here, at the Holiday Inn that was just freshly built, just for that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I don't want to pay for all of this mess,
It's crazy.
And nobody here that actually works wants to do that either. So
no one sane does, and I think it's a major issue that's bringing people into a more sensible vote for Trump kind of mentality. But
you know what? Now that I remember the punchy TV thing. I saw Joel post it earlier with the 𝒏𝒊𝒂𝒎 guy. He's from Chicago, South Side.
Oh yeah.
And I think he was asking just random street dudes like, hey, who you voting for? They all said Trump.
Right, I've seen that.
They know.
I've seen a lot of that.
They know. They're like, you guys are allowing these people to come here, take all our resources, the resources that they feel belong to them, even. And then they're upset about that, so it kind of flipped them too. So that's what I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping that Illinois comes to its senses. And
you think so?
I mean, it's
thoughts on that happening this election.
I don't ever believe that Illinois will be a red. Chicago. Let me not say Illinois, but I don't think Chicago will ever influence the rest of the state to be fully red. But I do think that a lot of the just regular people here that aren't like the rich white women Democrats, that bleeding heart liberals, basically, for whatever reason, they decide, they got enough money to throw away on, whoever whatever they're supporting.
Are you thinking Illinois will go red for this election? Because I got the map up right now. I'm putting it. Let me make Illinois red. So if Illinois is red,
I would love to see that. Like I said, on a county by county basis, it is red, but it's just Springfield and Chicago.
If Georgia, Illinois were red, let's say they're counting Georgia right now, and that went red, and some freak, and am I wrong here in thinking that it's like it would be like a freak result if Illinois were to go red?
That would be phenomenal. I mean,
but
I would pray to God
that would put Trump at 265, pretty much his to win. It would just be up to literally just winning one of the other battleground states. If it were to go the way you're saying, but Illinois is not going red, right? That's like a ridiculous thing.
Now,
what do you know?
See it happening, to be honest.
Yeah.
Chicago and
I heard
Springfield
that the Reagan win though in the 80s or whatever was like crazy.
Did they flip Illinois? Because I mean, Illinois has been like 70, 60 years. I don't know how long it's been. I mean, at least Chicago, right? And because like again, I don't want Chicago and Springfield to speak for the entire state. The rest of the state, all red. I mean, if you look at the county by county maps or whatever, it's just bloody. You only see blue right there in Chicago, and you only see it in Springfield. I mean, it's just, I guess it's too many people. I don't know how that works. I thought it was based off, I don't know, as a whole or something. Or
sorry, repeat what did you just say?
I just said, like, if you look at a county by county basis, right? Like Illinois is just bloody red. I mean, you're only going to see the blue in, I think, Springfield and Chicago. But like I said, I'm not really sure how that works. I mean, I guess, you know, the more people, you know, it just represents the entire state. But I don't know. I figured, like, by county, it should matter a little bit more, I think, right? But
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I don't know how that works. What's that?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I just feel like like a state as an entirety, right? Like, it shouldn't really matter too much what these two little counties are doing in comparison to the rest of the state. I think the rest of the state should be able to be a red state, right? But I understand that it's a bunch of people in Chicago and probably a bunch of people in Springfield. So I guess they go by that. But I don't know. I always thought it was some type of
It's the popular vote in that state. I think I know. Are you asking how these electoral votes get counted to how do they become how do the electoral votes of that state go toward which candidate? I'm pretty sure it's the popular vote of every state there.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
the counties maybe you might have a whole bunch of red counties, you might have this or that, but when you tally them up,
it's just numbers, basically.
Right, the popular vote in that state gives
but then
their electors.
As a whole, though,
say again.
Even though as a whole, like let's say, I guess it makes sense, right? Because if it's 3 million in just Chicago, and then the rest of the state has 3 million, and those 3 million and one in Chicago vote blue, then I guess the whole state is blue.
Correct.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Bingo.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess I just never. I mean,
and then the amount of like of representation is population.
The amount of representation is population.
Like the number, like how many of those votes go? Like, you know how every state has like different number of votes?
Right. But even let's say okay, so that applies for the entire country as well?
It might change
like
state to state.
Tallies it up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought like each state tallies it up, and then they get like one vote for the state, basically, right? Or is that not how it works? I don't know.
So ask your question again.
So what I thought it was like they tally up everything for, let's say, Illinois. And then if Illinois votes blue, it's just Illinois is blue. That's it.
Right.
Like, regardless
and those
of
electoral votes go to Kamala. And what determines Illinois having 19? Because they get 19, right? They get 19 electoral votes. What determines those 19 is their representation in the House of Representatives. So the bigger a state, the more populous and bigger a state is, the more they are represented in the House of Representatives, and equals, you know, it all fits together.
Okay. See, that's what I didn't understand. I always, honestly, you know, because again, this is my second time voting, and I always just thought it's like, 150 million people want, you know, this guy or whatever.
Yeah.
And then,
so
I don't know.
I think what determines what you're talking about, you know, how come let's say over here in California, right? Where you have LA County and you have like other places like Riverside County, Orange County, and those places I'm pretty sure are pretty red. I think what determines what you're talking about is just like they even there they have a way of handling their own area. They have here's where I'm not sure, but they have like what? They have like their own city councils and stuff like that in their areas, in their counties and stuff. That's where power starts getting broken down in the way you're talking about. So there's still a recourse in America for what you're talking about, you know. This is the electoral process, I guess.
I guess I just never got a full grasp on it.
Yeah,
I mean, I kind of understood
the process
the thing
itself.
where it's like, like a smaller state, you know, they still are considered a state, so they still get like one vote, right? Let's say, but Illinois is maybe three times the size of a different state. Let's say.
That's why. Why illegal immigration matters. That's why when people are saying that, oh, that's a conspiracy, illegal immigration is not. That's not involved in the voting process. They're not voting. Well, besides the claims and the alleged voter shenanigans happening due to the inability to track it, thanks to no voter ID laws and all that. Besides that, there's the mere reality of the increase of population being counted towards in a census, and that going towards the representation. That has nothing, and that's well before you get to any representation in a vote or in an election.
Yeah.
You understand it well before that even happens. The census has counted those illegals as the population of that state. This is like very almost elementary, but it's seen as conspiratorial by the Democrats and the left. It's truly insane.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that, especially, again, like these types of big, L.A. especially, right? I mean, everybody's going there, and everybody's coming here to Chicago. Everybody's going to New York, all the big cities. I mean, yeah, all right. I kind of get it. I just, like I said, I knew there was like the electoral votes, and I knew there was like the popular vote thing. I never really understood, I guess, fully, like what it means in the long run. Because like I said, if you look at a county by county thing, you would think that the majority of the state is red, so you should, to me, sign them up. It's not about, how dense the population is in Chicago. It should be fair, right, amongst all the counties. And I thought that maybe every county somehow got tallied up. But I guess not. It just doesn't work that way.
And it's like they do, and they have some sort of say in another way. But you're right. I'm pretty sure as well that that's how the electoral vote system works. Popular, and then your state is blue or red.
But also, like you said, there are representatives of probably each whatever region. Or
I mean, even here in California, where they have a Democratic governor and the Democratic senators, and all the electoral votes have been going to the Democrats for a long time. Even here, the people who live in Huntington Beach area, for example, what I'm trying to say is, my impression is they have a say in how they have some say there. And the reason I know is because their say over how their area gets run has been, challenged or whatever, so to speak, from riots and from this or that happening. But because of the news and for what I've seen, it shows me that they do have some say, despite being in the blue California and all that. So, yeah, there's still a semblance.
I guess their money talks at the local level, but
that's
just not
another
at
thing too,
maybe
right?
Higher level than that.
I think that's a good way of putting it as well. Even because even more granular, you stay even within the LA proper area, not even LA County, just the city of LA and the places in it. And I could be wrong here. Maybe Beverly Hills is not part of this, but when you get to that level of granularity, Beverly Hills is night and day difference. And in that case, yeah, money talks, like you're saying.
It's crazy, man. I don't know if man, I got to say this disenfranchised me from voting again. I mean,
because Illinois is so blue, you mean?
Just in general, man. Like, just everything seems to be just a racket, at the end of the day. Like, do we really even get a voice at the end of the day? I don't know. I mean, I feel like we still should do our part regardless, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just not going to be passionate about it. Like
I'll tell you this:
I've met
one, two. This is very rare, so I'll tell you that. But I've met 1, 2, 3, maybe men who do exactly what you're saying, like around them, around their world, their, let's call it area, community, or whatever. They have that effect.
Yeah.
They have that effect, regardless of who's in power and what's going on. So I'm just saying that I've met people like that. That effect of what did you just say? How did you describe it? You said you're disenfranchised and you're feeling disenfranchised, which I think is a liberal word, man.
I just feel as a whole, like
that you feel disenfranchised on what that's all a scam or a farce or however you put it on. And what you're getting at essentially is like how are you able to affect your area around you, right? Affect your labor, your locale, your community.
Maybe the area around me, just not the the whole thing type of thing. I think that's where they kind of step in and they go, okay, yeah, you know, your little voice at the end of the day may not really mean anything, right?
Well, maybe that's
here. Maybe if I
with
voted
that mentality, you're set up to never. With that mentality,
I think that's what it is. It's a trick of Satan, right? Like it makes you think that.
Think
like,
about that
powerless.
mentality. You're set up to. You're then doomed. You're doomed
right.
to be subject to the culture around you, to whatever culture prevails. You're then doomed to be subject to all that. Because why? Because you're saying, well, what matters to you? What matters to you is that world that you're describing be a certain way. So your world becomes that. Your world becomes the country. Your world, and this maybe sounds crazy, right? We're talking about election here. It's like, Nick, what do you mean? Well, aren't we all citizens? We're talking about voting and election. This is the country. But why does that being a fact, why do you have to make it your world? Because you see, in the language you're using, that becomes your world. The country becomes your world. What they vote, what they do, what they care about. You have now become one of the masses. You're now subject to them.
Yeah, you're right. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was kind of torn in between because I'm thinking, like, you know what? Yeah, like, nothing matters, you know, whatever you say. But at the same time, if you just lay down and die, of course they're going to take over. But what I was trying to get at is, like I told you, the last election, I had these big 2-paper ballots, and I'm sitting here filling in these circles because I'm thinking that I have to fill these circles in, and it's just, there's no other option. It's just some random woman judge, Democrat. There's not even an option for anybody else.
Yeah.
It's just vote for one, pick one,
Crazy.
and then there's only one. And I'm just sitting there like, well, I guess I'm filling it out. Like,
it's the same way over here. It's the same way. I'm in like all sorts of Republican things. It's like, okay, nice. I see R, but it really is no difference. It really is no difference.
That's what I did last time.
The locales, as Republican as you want to get, are they're being marched along by a grander force, I think, than even Trump or, how do I put this? What am I rambling about? Basically, what I'm trying to say is that the generations and what they think and what's changing amongst them and what they care about is a more effective vehicle than, I don't know, politics. Because you can fight about, because Trump, because the Republicans and Democrats can fight about men and women and their place all they want, but what's happening at the local level? Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter who they are. It's women candidates up and down for all sorts of things. There's your change. There's your paradigm shift, irrespective of whatever political minutia people are fighting about.
Even aside from the woman thing, though, I just saw that there was no other option. Like, they told you, you know, pick one person, and then there's literally only one person. So I'm thinking, like, it's either I pick them or I don't pick them. Either way, it seems like they're going to win. So it kind of like made me think twice about, like, why am I even wasting my time with this nonsense other than the main, you know, candidate that I'm going for.
No, I don't blame you, man.
And anybody else that's Republican on the sheet, you know, I filled it in last time. But it's like, and again, I didn't know that you just could leave it blank. But even if you leave it blank, I still feel like,
no, man, that's fine. Look,
vote for them, and then
I don't think that's a wrong thing.
You know?
It's the only option they gave you. I mean, think about it. Like over here, they gave you a whole bunch of props and all sorts of things to vote for.
Right, that too.
And it's like, if you're someone like me, who has the luxury of the Craig Huey voter guide, then you're not going to skip a beat. You're going to know exactly how to vote for every single one of those things. But let's say you don't have the Craig Huey voter guide. Well, you just stay out of it. You stay out of it. And he was on the JLP show. He also has a voter guide for voting on all the little things like the props and all that for where you are. And it's like, if you don't have that, then you stay out of that. You don't want, you pretty much just say no to all the measures and stay out of all the props because the measures are all just asking you, vote for this measure so you can give us more power, the government more power. Well, you could just say no to all that. And then the props, I mean, if you don't know what it's about, just stay out of those. And then you just vote for what you got to vote for.
Well, literally this time around, I mean, there was some type of, and you want to protect the electoral workers from, anybody who might be a candidate on the sheet. Do you want to stop any type of reproductive things with, or, are you for it or something like that, even with something or other? I'm just like, I don't even want to vote for it. That's it. I don't even know what that is. I don't care. I just put Trump. That was the only thing I put. I saw a couple Republicans on the sheet, but it's just like I don't even know what their policies actually are. They could be phonies for all I know.
I know what you
just
mean.
because they got an R, just because they got an R next to the name, I'm not even gonna vote for them either.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I had that same impression. I saw R's too, and I'm like, I should go down the ticket, but I don't see it on my Craig Huey voter guide, so I'm staying out. Craig Huey doesn't know. I don't
gotta
know.
get enlightened with that for the next cycle, then I guess.
Yeah, man. Well, right on, Mr. Mad, doing your
man, it was great
civic
talking with you,
duty.
man. It's been a while, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
man.
thanks
It's
for
nice to
taking my
hear
call,
from you.
by the way.
I'm glad that you're cyborg, but okay. Borged, Borged might be better. It depends on who you ask.
Hey, I may be better than ever. 'Cause
Yeah,
whatever I was
we
doing
can rebuild
before,
him.
It was, I was a nightmare. So rebuilding the man, right?
Let's go by rebuilding the back. Call me again,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Med.
All right, Nick. I'll talk with you then.
Right on, right on.
Later.
How we feeling? Chat 844-900-2229. How's the energy? Let's go. Let me do a little poll. I haven't done one of these in the chat. How is my chat feeling? Is it will Trump be president again? What do you think, chat? There's a little poll for you in the chat. Get the energy going. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here for a while. I think they say the latest results will be 10 p.m. Pacific time, my time. I don't know if I'll stay that long, but I'm not saying no. All right, so we're here. As you can see, 95 electoral votes for Trump so far, 35 for Kamala Harris, 270 to win. You know it. And Oklahoma, Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina have gone the way of Trump, with Maryland, Vermont, Connecticut, and Massachusetts all being called, at least by New York Times, for Kamala Harris. A whole bunch more counting in, watching Georgia closely, which is leaning Republican. Imagine that. Now, it's significant from, wait, hold on. Never mind. So, yeah, Georgia's not a surprise. I don't know what I'm talking about. Not a surprise here. Very cool. So Georgia's going to be coming in, and we're watching all that. Sorry for all the clicking. Where were we? So that's it so far. I saw this mentioned. Bitcoin starting to soar a bit. Where are my crypto people at? Where's Bitcoin even been lately? This whole year. What's this? How's this year been for Bitcoin? From 35,000 to 71,000, surging right now. The Bitcoin people, they love it. The Trump people and the Bitcoin people, they're friends now. They're one and the same. We're getting Polymarket, some of these betting markets. The 2024 election forecast looks, whoa. You guys seen this? Was it always like this? So, just earlier this October, they were in a dead heat. But they have decoupled since. And Trump his odds have been ever increasing. They came back down here November 3rd. But they are now decoupled once more, and they are wildly different now, with Trump nearing 69%, with 32% for Harris. Look at that as an election forecast. What's the other one? Predict It. We're checking Predict It real close here. With another one of these betting markets going heavily for the Republicans. Imagine that. I heard that they went back to being dead heat, even on the betting markets recently. But that either was not true, or there's been a wild change since. I was also looking at the 1984 presidential election while I was talking to Mr. Mad there. And I don't know if some of you guys know this. I know I didn't. At least not when I saw this some days ago, I believe. But yeah, that's what we were looking at, that you guys were wondering what the heck is making everything so red. This was 1984, where Reagan actually won. I don't think I'm reading this incorrectly, but he won 49 of the. Is that the greatest win? What is the greatest win of all time? Nixon is the greatest win of all time? What was the electoral map? Thanks, Bill. Electoral map Nixon. This is 1972. Wow. Even greater than Reagan. Look at that. So you think there could be, we're looking at the map here, Bill. And you know, this is kind of like how they're looking at it. These are the solidly blue states. These lighter ones are, you know, the toss-ups are these beige-looking ones. Yeah. But you think with Trump it could be, you know, after all this pain, that even some of these blues go red, just like in one of these Reagan or Nixon total upsets?
Could be. But I don't know, you know. I would hope so.
Arkansas just went for Trump, 101 electoral votes. What were you thinking?
Like, I'd hope so. I hope we aren't that backward that we would vote for
that things are crazy enough that people really did see at least some sort of semblance of reason enough.
Yeah, let's go and have 4 years of what we've had in the last 4 years. You know, who would go for that? You know, and she's a horrible candidate. Horrible candidate. She's the worst candidate I've ever seen in my life.
Worst candidate Bill has ever seen in his life, he says. He's saying he hopes that people see something that at least this referendum of, you really want the last 4 years again. That's a fair way of putting it.
Let's get some more inflation, you know, and run everything like crap. You know,
Interesting, man.
Awful.
Well, we just got Arkansas for Trump, which is another one of these solidly red states. Texas is being counted right now, 51% in. They're saying likely. It's kind of close. It's pretty close, but it's a likely Republican, and that's another prediction for this one as well. That is likely Republican. So, none of the, let's see, they're counting. Are they counting any of the? They are counting Pennsylvania right now. One of the toss-ups. One of the toss-up states. North Carolina is being counted. Another one of the toss-ups. Winning any one of those. Let's see what it would look like. Let's say winning as any one of the. So Georgia they're saying Georgia is a toss-up this year, actually. So what am I getting wrong? What did I get wrong? Oh, I must have clicked it, chat. That's probably what I did here. I probably clicked it and made it look like it was leaning red. In 2020, it was also a toss-up. So let me correct what I was saying. It's the fact that Georgia is leaning Republican right now is quite significant. Very interesting. So we got Georgia with a heavy Republican lead. Wait, hold up. This is actually, see, I must have clicked this, and that's probably where it looked like red. So it must have looked red to me. But if I reset this, it is in fact a toss-up. So this is significant. Georgia leaning red. Now let's see what happens if Trump were to win any single one of these toss-ups. Let's give him Georgia. That gives him 246. 246. You know, you need 270. Let's give Trump Pennsylvania and Georgia, and he's pretty much got it. Let's give Kamala the other ones. And yeah, she could. It's still a scenario where Kamala wins here. In fact, we do have, interestingly enough, and we're gonna get to super chats and calls. We got calls coming in 844-900-2229. Super chats are asking me to check out some content. Is there anything you wanted to say? And but before we get to all that, I know we have a couple of scenarios from Project 538 here. So unusual and not so unusual scenarios. Harris wins an electoral college landslide. That would be, do they have it all set up where we can look at it? So 8 out of 100 of these scenarios where Harris wins a landslide, 350 plus, less likely for Trump. Let's see. I think they have a cooler way of showing this. Anyways, let's go back to 270 and just click on some of these states. Are people in the chat still voting? Are you guys out there still voting? Let's give Trump. We gave him Georgia and Pennsylvania here. I mean, it would come down to another one of these toss-ups. Just one more, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. So we'll see what happens here, folks, because it really could be a scenario where either one wins, I think. But a heavy lean in Georgia, a pretty significant, pretty interesting development, I think. 52 for Kamala Harris. I believe another one just got counted for her. That's Maryland's 10 electoral votes and Delaware's 3 electoral votes going for Kamala Harris. And New Jersey. That's New Jersey. So, Sean, you screwed up, man. It was all up to you. Everybody in my chat believes Trump will be president again. That's 56 votes. Some polling data from the chat. 844-900-2229. I saw a couple calls there. I'll get to you if you call me back. But that is not insignificant, I don't think. Let's check what the talking heads are saying about Georgia, and then I want to get to super chats and those calls if you call me back. Let's see if they're talking about Georgia.
About 2 in 3 Harris voters say they're voting in support for Vice President Harris, while about 8 in 10
Look at all this Trump talk in the
say
chat. MAGA, 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 MAGA.
Of former President Trump.
So not necessarily something that we would maybe see as a protest vote, but a supportive vote of actually believing in that candidate and not just disliking them less than they like the other person.
Yeah, and it seems like it's even mattering more in some battleground states. In Georgia, for example, where the polls are close, we're seeing about 3 in 4 Harris voters saying that they're showing up in support for that candidate, which is similar to the share of Trump supporters in that state that say the same.
Ashley, thank you so much. That's really interesting.
I don't know what that means.
The information kind of.
I don't know what she just said. But she talked about Georgia.
As you can see now in those boxes below me, we've had pictures up all night from the Trump and Harris campaign rallies, but it looks like those events are starting to fill in with more and more people as we get further into this election night. We can also confirm for you where the candidates are at this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris is at her residence at the Naval Observatory here in Washington, and former President Donald Trump is at his
Terry,
Florida residence.
I swear, each one of these, it's like a whole bunch of women talking. I totally agree.
Libraries. This is
it's all women talking heads. Where are the men discussing this?
My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion, where they were.
Let's see. Let's try once more. Let's try CBS. That's a woman. Let's see what they say
right
about Georgia.
And so far, we are at lean no, because they have not reached that supermajority. Now, Nora, this is so interesting, not just on the very practical, real-world implications of this for the women of the state. From the political level, we were talking about ticket splitting there between Major and Anthony. They were pointing that out. Vice President Harris has put at the center of her campaign the issue of women's reproductive health care. It doesn't necessarily, this would suggest, always break in her favor. And also what we saw here is for the very first time in this country, when reproductive health care has been put to the voters in a state, it hasn't expanded access. 7 times so far, we have seen referendums in states on this issue, even in ruby red states where it was a surprise, even in Ohio, even Kansas.
Meaning it's always been a sure win for the Democratic Party.
Or at least to expand access.
Yeah.
And so perhaps this suggests that ticket splitting. You do have Republican men and women voting here that aren't necessarily going to just then follow on
but forgive me, I don't know this. In those other measures when they were on the ballot in 2022, though, did they require a 60% threshold?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
This is different. This is a much higher benchmark to get to that 60% threshold, the supermajority. It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting today, and I know you know all the details on this, and of course we're going to be checking in. We just don't have the data yet too on Nevada and Arizona, those battleground states where there's also abortion measures, right?
One final point on Florida. This is the state where Donald Trump is a resident. He cast a vote for this today, and he said he was going to vote no. So for the candidate who has, as Robert Costa pointed out, sort of changed publicly his position on what his view is on abortion, he went into the voting booth and he cast a vote. He said no, which would mean he has effectively
we're just listening in on CBS a little bit.
Restriction on access.
They're talking about the splitting of the split votes that people are doing. You know, a lot of these states, battleground states and otherwise, they say, for example, abortion is on the ballot. They say in battleground states, some women split vote for abortion and Trump. 10 states, abortion is on the ballot, they say. Where you can vote for expanded abortion access. Okay. So that's in 10 states, according to the skim, hoping they'd list them out. But Florida, like she said, one of them, has already gone to Mr. Trump, I believe. Let's check. Yes, it has. 71 electoral votes have gone to Kamala Harris. Illinois 19. Just talking with a caller from there. Shout out Mr. Mad. But as we predicted, or as it was known, Illinois 19 votes have gone towards Kamala Harris. Okay. Slight lead in North Carolina. You know, one of these toss-up states for Donald Trump. Georgia, heavy lean Republican. Pennsylvania. Right now is leaning, from what I can tell here, Kamala Harris, pretty heavy, but it might be very, very early in the results coming in from there. So keep an eye on that, of course. Pennsylvania, another one of these toss-ups. We shall see. Reports, data is coming in now from Wisconsin and Michigan. Oh, no, not yet Wisconsin, but Michigan's 7% of votes are in with a lean, with a Democrat, a little bit of a Democratic lean there. So going with that, let's say Michigan goes blue and Pennsylvania is blue. We give Trump North Carolina and Georgia. Wow, 260 to 262. It would come down to Wisconsin and Nevada. It'd be pretty darn close. Now, Wisconsin goes Kamala. Nevada goes Trump. Kamala wins 270. Kamala wins Nevada. Trump wins Wisconsin. Trump becomes president. 272 Republican, 266 Democrat. So it's kind of getting tighter, no? We'll see how that goes. Starting to get tighter on some of these, with some of these reports coming in. Texas very likely red. No surprise. They said Texas is becoming blue. Where were you? I think when the people say that Texas is becoming blue is like trends, right? So I don't know if it'll always be solidly red. It's not even solidly red here, according to 270 to win. They're just likely to be red. So that's that. Keeping an eye on that. 844-900-2229. Call me. I saw calls were coming in. I will get to you. But let's get into something here. Let's get into a topic here. Let me pull up. I just closed all my tabs. Hold on. Apologies here. I just closed all of my tabs. Let's see what the chat is saying, what super chats are saying and all that. So give me a moment here. All right. We got, whoa, hold up. Harmony, thank you so much for the deep support. Thank you so much for the generous donation here on YouTube. Harmony with the super chat, hardcore. Thank you for the support. It says Trump 2024 Harmony. Thank you. Very generous. Keeping the stream going. Here for the election. Showing her support for Trump. She knows it. She gets it. Thanks for being here, Harmony. Terry Strange with the super chat says, Washington, Oregon, and California all red. Let's go. A Christmas miracle, Terry. I believe it. Do you believe it? I believe it. Washington, California, Oregon. She called it right here. Gregatron with the super chat says, it's the American anchor baby, Nick Stream, Nick at Night, Nick Get the Phone Show. Shout out to Harmony, Mr. Mad, and all the good people here. Gregatron, thanks for being here. Is Nick frozen? Hello, test. Am I here? We got a super chat from Harmony, keeping it going. Says, Nick, can we watch Elon's Dark MAGA Assemble vid he posted a bit ago? It's fire. In fact, I pulled it up here when you super chatted me. What is this, Harmony? Let's watch it together. This was posted by Elon Musk earlier today.
He calls it Dark MAGA.
As you can see, I'm not.
Oh, we're not watching. Here, watch this. Dark MAGA Assemble.
He calls it Dark MAGA.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm Dark MAGA.
My sole and exclusive mission is to go to work for our country, to go to work for you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We don't win anymore, but we are going to start winning again.
Oh, true?
I'm not just MAGA, I'm Gothic MAGA.
From mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words. You will never be ignored again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. America will start winning again, winning like never before. I will never, ever let you down.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This is incredible.
I will always give you my love. America is a nation of believers, dreamers, and strivers. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. I mean, the energy there. This video alone should propel Trump to the presidency. The imagery, dark Gothic MAGA. We got, what is this, Roman? What is this, Roman? Is there some Catholicism going on here? What's going on here? We got Goku. Wait, no, that's just Beast. Oh, that's just Beast Gohan. That's not as cool, but don't worry. It's a little detail. We got the Attack on Titan people wearing the dark MAGA hats. You know, what's crazy about this scene is the imagery they use here is these were the elite soldiers of a society in some anime riding into their deaths knowingly up against an enemy much bigger than them, and they knew what they were getting into. But so that's the imagery there. Yeah. What? Barron Trump? You guys thinking Barron Trump was involved? Barron. Of course, the rockets, the laser eyes, the Hulk Hogan. This video alone should propel Trump to the presidency. Thank you so much, Harmony, for the super chat. But this really does capture a little bit about what of the energy Trump kind of operates in. You know, they love to malign him and say the energy he represents is dark and evil and that he's full of grievances. They say that he's full of problems. What to talk about the policies? How are you going to fix things? When he's just a man saying the truth and saying what must change and what we should dream about and strive for. You know, evil people, weak evil people hear that. You can really tell the people who think wrong, who literally think wrong, by how they say Trump is full of grievances. They hear someone tell the truth in strength, with hope, with, you know, with that kind of spirit. They hear someone be hopeful, and they hear it as fearful. They hear it as dark. They hear it as dark. I think the media used to call it that. Trump's dark. What would he call it? They would say Trump's dark America. What would they say about it? It's something the media used to say. The dark something of America, they would say Trump is talking about. Like he's not just speaking the truth. And being the avatar, so to speak, of people who want to see some change. So, it's just very revealing when people see that, and what they see is anger, they see fear, and they feel fear themselves. You know? Angry people, man. The big lie is that you can blame anyone else for your life. That's the big lie that has people listening to the Will.i.am song, saying, yes, we need change. We don't need an abuser, predator in the White House. It's people who blame anyone else for your life. The same people are looking at Trump and they're saying, well, he's the anti-immigrant, right? You're saying all these, my black friends and the Asian people, all the people around me, he hates them, and their lives are tough. They're already tough being in this racist country or whatever. He wants to make it tougher. These racists, Trump and these people who want to, they've called my show, folks. They've called my show saying this. That they're just going to continue a white supremacist power structure. Sorry, my back is itchy. Hold on. They've called my show talking like this. The big lie is that you can blame anyone else for your life. And they wear this mask, Democrats, Kamala Harris, and all those people. They wear this mask like they're the love people. But their vision is death. Their vision is dead, lifeless, and should you adopt it, you will die. Should you adopt their grievances, the true grievances, that others are responsible for your problems, which is what the Democrats basically say, and I got proof for you, then you die. Your spirit dies. And then the guy who's full of grievances and fears, the Trump guy, you adopt his advice, you may live. You actually may live. You may find life. You may find life because you realize the enemy is within. That your world is you. Check this out. Look, you guys remember Columbus Day past and all that?
It is an honor, of course, to be with you this week as we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, as we speak truth about our nation's history. Since 1934, every October, the United States has recognized the voyage of the European explorers who first landed on the shores of the Americas. But that is not the whole story. That has never been the whole story. Those explorers ushered in a wave of devastation for tribal nations, perpetrating violence, stealing land, and spreading disease. We must not shy away from this shameful past, and we must shed light on it and do everything we can to address the impact of the past on Native communities today.
It's the big lie, more than anything, is that you can blame anyone else for your life. And what's more is before we get into the nitty-gritty on who's blaming what's more is you got all the people who believe this stuff LARPing, the huge LARP, before we get into the nitty-gritty of what is she saying, who's the colonizer and who's benefiting, and who's at fault. The LARP is that these so-called colonizers left you with a bad life. That's the LARP. They left you in an oppressive country. Out of all the colonizers, we hit the jackpot. Okay, the world got lucky with these white devils, these so-called colonizers. Okay, I don't know. Can you be an ungodly colonizer? Just a side note, side question for the chat to smoke on. Can you be an ungodly colonizer? You might need God for that kind of authority. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if you could do something like that without the authority of God. But anyways, the LARP is that you were left in chains. Here you are in the freest world. You get to vote. You get to vote away your rights and vote in someone like Kamala or something like this, right? Because that's the whole idea, right? What the sins of the past and how they affect us today. She talks about, and the story that doesn't get told, that you get lied about. That these Europeans did such horrible things and the whatever, blah blah blah. It's all a reconquista, by the way. These people, when they put up their middle fingers to American monuments and they say, F the USA, it's stolen land. It's all war. It's all war. So the sooner you realize that, you don't have to play this game of, oh, they just want to be heard or seen or understood. No, it's war. It's, we want to conquer you. You conquer, now it's our turn. And you want to play that game, you want to play that uncivilized game, you're going to go into hell and start fighting with a bunch of silly people. Going like, no, who gets to enslave who? A game of mere humans, and y'all call yourselves Christian. So it's just war talk. You don't need to go down. You don't need to justify yourself to these people who just want to see America gone, white people gone. You know, whatever you think about the races and all that. Look, I don't think it's about color. If you ask me, like, you can be a Christian and you're not white. Like, I've seen that. You can overcome words and overcome the mind and ego and do the work on working on yourself, and you can be black. I've seen it. So that's how I operate. That being said, I heard from, you've heard him on the Hague Report. He said, Mark, he's like this guy who advocates for white people a lot on the Hague Report. Probably, yeah, maybe I might be softening it a bit, but he says if white people don't wake up and kind of take control of the world again, we're all screwed. Can you show me any evidence against that? I can show you a whole bunch for. But I'm bringing this up because I was gonna say, I was thinking about all the Reconquistas, and they want to really colonize whites, and they're putting up their middle finger to the monuments. And what I was gonna say is, white people, here's the truth. Whatever you think about race and all that, non-white people are hostile to the white people, and they're having more babies. That's a problem. That can't happen. The end of that is the end of America, really. The people who made it. But honestly, when you really think about it, there's no one is hostile to you. That's a lie. All people operate quite predictably, if you know anything about human nature. And it's nothing to do with personal hostility more than it is to do with human nature. See, Trump said there's a tweet he put out a long time ago, but it was somewhere in these like top 10 tweets he did. And one of them was like, he was describing all the sexual assaults that are happening in the military. And he said, yeah, duh. Who's the genius that put men and women together there? And look, it's not that deep. All I'm saying is that it's refreshing to have a man who gets these simple things like, yeah, that's human nature. Men and women in this setting of the military where they're doing all this physical labor, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, ripe for problems. Oh, let in a whole bunch of people. Don't worry about assimilating. Teach them from a young age that this is a evil country. Your problems are you can blame them for your problems. And then you turn around and say, well, why do all the minorities have issues? Why can't the natives, what do you call them? Why can't the indigenous peoples, why are they still suffering from the effects of the past? They'll ask. And they're like, whoa, what? Scratching their heads. Like, yeah, that's human nature. People operate quite predictably. People actually operate quite predictably in terms of human nature and all that. So, some of this predictability is selfishness. And you see how they predictably operate when they blame others for their problems. Look, the big lie is you can blame anyone else for your life. And that's how Kamala talks. She's part of that world. Oh, America and the grievances of yesterday. Talk about who's full of grievances. Who's full of, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, I'm just rambling now, but you know what I mean? Like, talk about who's really full of grievances and who's got the vision that's sucking out the life out of people. Blaming victimhood, sitting around clamoring for their pornography and pot. What a mess. What an absolute mess. 844-900-2229. Some of I don't know what reminded me of that, but that's the woman that loves America. That's That's the one. That's the Loves America vote. will.i.am. What's going on in Pennsylvania? Polls closed at 8 p.m. Pennsylvania. Do we have any live results, live updates on what's going on in Pennsylvania? We're on CNN as well. CNN projection, Trump wins Wyoming. Trump wins South Dakota. Trump wins North Dakota. These are all projections from CNN that he wins Texas. 3 minutes ago, polls are closing in 15 states, including the battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It's 9 p.m. Eastern time already. Wow. Polls are closing in several states, including in the key battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Polls are closing in Texas and New York, where a large number of electoral votes are up for grabs. More on the political landscape. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Biden's victory in Arizona 4 years ago was the closest vote margin in the country. That was Arizona 4 years ago. Over here. It was a likely to win for Trump. Wait, hold on. Am I reading this right? We'll come back to that. Hey, we got callers coming in. We got also, I believe, I might be getting down. I might be talking to somebody soon here. Let me set it all up. Give me one moment here. Okay. Let's get to some calls. Let's get to what else here? What were we doing? Trying to get some of the news on Pennsylvania. Let's clean up my tabs here. We're getting confused. Elon, thank you. Elon, thank you. Betting Markets. Thank you, Richard Nixon. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you, this. Thank you, that. Thank you, that. Can close all that up. Pennsylvania, where you at? Pennsylvania is looking blue. The AP has not called this race, but it just got a little blue color on Google. See, I don't know what it says. 63% Kamala, but is that 36% for Donald Trump? It just says 36. I think that's what it means. Yeah. No, never mind. That's how it looks everywhere else. Okay, so that's let's go back to our map over here. Let's give Kamala Pennsylvania. Let's give Trump Georgia and North Carolina. And that puts Democrats 245, Republicans 262 is what it would look like. Shall we? I'm thinking I'll reset this. How do I clear this up? Clear up the map so that I can do it myself. Hold on. I'm getting all sorts of messages. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Got a couple of things I'm setting up. Callers coming in. Thank you so much. We got somebody here. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Is it me? Saeed?
Yes. Hey, is this Saeed?
Hey. Yeah, hey Nick, what's up?
Saeed, how you been, man? Nice to hear from you.
Hey, yeah, all is well. Oh
how the heck are you?
Yeah,
long time no talk.
I'm doing great. Yeah, I know. I was listening to you talk, and I think you're right. and you know, personally, I mean, I don't know if I've told you about my background. You know, I'm from, you know, I'm I'm from Mexico.
I remember.
I'm illegal, right?
Yes, yes.
But
for our viewers who may not
I,
remember, you can let them know. But go ahead. You were saying.
So you know, I crossed the border legally, and then I guess my visa expired, and now I'm here illegally, I suppose. But you know,
So you're
just by watching all the huh?
You're still in America. I haven't heard from you in so long.
No, I'm still here. It's just that I've been working, I've been busy. Things haven't been so good for me, as you know, But yeah, I'm still hanging. But you know, listening to all this talk about what the left is saying, oh my God, white people are the devil and whatnot. You know, I mean, when I first came here, I was a little bit of a Democrat. I was never full on lefty or Democrat, but the more I saw is that I realized that, you know, white people or Americans in general are the kindest people in the entire world. You know, you will never see any more kindness and generosity anywhere in the world, not even in Mexico. What people don't know is that, you know, even Mexico treat its immigrants like garbage. All right, but America doesn't do that.
It's true.
You know, America is truly the land of opportunity, and what really dragged me in with Jesse and you guys is that you know, yeah, this whole idea of racism, it's just a way to separate us instead of unite us, you know. And I've never been one to play identity politics. I've always been a man of hard work, dedication, and that's one of the things that drove me towards the Republican side, the right side, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, and above all, I view Americans and white people in general as my masters, you know. and I say it in because I'm not from here,
right?
You know, and I don't have a dog in this race, so I view myself as a servant, and whatever is good for my master is also good for me. And so I approach. What?
No, keep going. You approach.
Yeah. And so whatever is good for you, it's also good for me. And so I am above all here to serve you and care for you until the very end. And I love you guys. I love all of you, all of us. And you have no idea about how grateful I am that people like you make America a great country to live in. And it is very sad. It is very sad that most illegal aliens, you know, they just come here to get the paycheck and the money, and they don't really appreciate anything about this country or its culture or God. They just come here for the benefits. And I mean, I think I think you will find very, very few people such as I. But I'm really grateful that you guys are, still kicking and still going strong. And I have a question for you.
Yeah.
My question is, how can I be of service to the American people? How can I serve the American people the way people like you, Jesse, and Donald Trump have been doing? How can I, how can I help do this?
How can you help? How can you just help in general? Just be of service to what exactly, or to who?
To I guess to you, to God, to the U.S. in general. I mean, don't worry.
No, I understand.
Vote. I didn't vote because I can't. Even though I'm.
Are you sure about that? Just there's no voter IDs. There's no. You don't need an ID.
No.
You just walk in and say you're an American.
I know, but I respect the.
No, don't do it. I'm messing
law,
around. I'm messing around. That's a joke. Don't do that.
No, I know.
I
No, I know.
Yeah, if you want to serve, I gotta wait for you to serve America. Vote illegally for Trump if you really want to serve.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but
no, I'm messing around, man.
No.
Listen, about serving, it's a great question. I just know that it's all about little things. It's all about little things because it feels like everybody wants to do this grand thing. I hear, for example, from the very illegals that you're talking about, they'll look at an American citizen. They'll look at a white American individual citizen. They'll be like, but what do you bring to the country? They'll say, oh, because they'll say that in response to people saying we got to get rid of the illegals, we got to deport them, we got to build the wall, etc. They'll argue. They'll say, well, these immigrants they work hard, blah blah blah. They'll bring something. What do you bring? They'll say to an American citizen, to an American born here, blah blah blah. And this person, this individual they're talking to, pays is a decent person. They don't commit crimes. They're decent. They clean up after themselves. You know what I mean? That's not even that much. I would look at that individual. I would look at that individual citizen and say, they're doing plenty. They're doing more than enough. They're not committing crimes. They're not you see what I'm saying? Being a public nuisance.
Yeah.
And they're working on their lives as much as you. What more can you ask of a citizen? You know what I mean? What more can you ask of an individual in America, of a citizen, right? It would be crazy for then one of these illegals or others to look at a citizen who does just that, which maybe you would say that's not enough. It'd be crazy to look at that person and say, what do you bring to America? And all this to say what? All this to say that for me, the answer to your question lies in that scope. It's not about saving the country. It's about the little things. The little things. The not being a nuisance. Not being a net positive in a sense. Not committing crimes. Not getting in car accidents. That's enough. That's how.
Oh really?
In a grand scale, if we're talking about what is a citizen supposed to bring to the table? It's really just that, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So for you, and I kind of see myself the same way in a sort of way. Not how do I put it? No, how do I put it? Like people ask me all the time, Nick, they call you an anchor baby, blah blah blah, and you say I've heard you say you want to get rid of the 14th Amendment. They're going to get rid of you if you do that. They're going to kick you out of the country. You know what I would do if they deported me? I would try my best to get in. I would try my best to get in legally, and if I can't, then I have no other choice but to live my life elsewhere. But I would try my absolute best to come back in legally through the front door. I'd be like, please let me in. I would say please, and why? Because I would be a great guest, and I would be how you're describing, and a great guest, a great. I would just work.
A great servant.
A great servant. There's nothing wrong with that. That is a beautiful thing that you said. People would take that. But there's people who probably hear that and say, a servant, a second-class citizen, blah, blah, blah. They'd get a huge ego over what you're saying.
A slave.
A slave? A slave? That's a beautiful thing you're saying. A servant is a beautiful thing.
No, and Nick, I have no problem.
And I've met you, Saeed. You're freer than most people I know. But go on. You were saying?
You know, I have no problem with being a slave, because I know that ultimately the master whom I serve is God, right? And that's why, you know, I have no problem serving you and being a slave to you if what you are standing for is no wait what you in general as Americans you know is the right cause. You know what I'm saying, right?
I mean,
for example,
the Bible even says it. The Bible says to serve each other, right?
Yeah. And Nick, you know, I am so far right. You know, one of my criticisms for Trump is that he didn't go far enough. You know, he should have said, "I'm gonna deport all of them."
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. And you know, if I got deported, I'd say thank you. I'd say thank you for allowing me to be in this country for however many years, and I would just go and you know, live my life somewhere else.
Right.
I wouldn't even try to come back. You know.
Right.
And say my run was good. I wouldn't. I would. Yeah.
No, a lot of people wouldn't understand where you're coming from, and they'll think like, but they won't. They would be ignorant of human nature. How the way America's run. How can they? And I'm not talking about you specifically. This is not me talking about you, but in general, like, when people the people that are here illegal and all that, it's like, can you blame them when they make it that easy? When you're just telling them, it's like, who wouldn't want to live here? Who wouldn't want to be here?
Yeah.
So people might hear you and might not understand, but I think I sort of understand. Like, why wouldn't you be here? Why wouldn't you try to be here? And but you also like, how do I put it? You also kind of, you get the truth. You get the truth. So you're not going to be a nuisance if they kicked you out. You'd understand. You're not saying, oh, this racist country got rid of me, or whatever you're saying.
Never. You know, I've actually, when I went
it's
to
the
college,
attitude I'm commenting on, but I love it. Go on. You were saying?
You know, when I went to college, I sort of kissed the ground where white people walked on. They didn't like that, by the way. But I've always been very appreciative of the things that this great country has given me. And thank you, Nick.
I can't believe I'm hearing from you, man. I'm glad I'm hearing from you again. I was wondering about you some time ago, actually. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, you know,
So,
you guys are always.
Don't say where you are. I don't even know how to ask. But you know, if you're ever, I don't know where you've been up to, but yeah, you know where Bond is. But I don't know where he is. Ice. And I'm just.
If
and we're talking about Minecraft, anyways.
Sorry. Yeah. No. If anything, I'll stop by this Thursday, if God is willing. But
interesting,
yes,
man. I didn't even know you were still here. That's just I didn't know where your life had gone. It's amazing to hear from you.
It is an honor and a privilege to know that you not only you but possibly everybody there thinks about little old me, and I really appreciate it. And
yeah, right on, man.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm not saying anything. I cut you off. Go.
No. I'm letting you speak in case it's ruined.
No, I wasn't saying anything. Go ahead.
Oh, you were not saying anything. So yes, and I am here to be a servant, a slave. I don't care about being a second-class citizen if I am under the great people of this country. I don't mind being a low-class, second-class citizen. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to serve you and to honor you and to be a tool to you. I want my life to enrich the American people. Then that's what I want. And
I'm hearing you, man. I'm not saying how do I put this? I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying from what I do hear and understand, it sounds amazing. I feel like all people can benefit from that. You would think, wow, I'm okay with being a slave, blah, blah, blah. But even an American citizen, a full-fledged citizen, blah, 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 I think would benefit from something you're saying here. Although I may not totally get everything you're trying to express here. I appreciate you doing it anyways, man. Thank you.
Yeah. God calls us to just be there for one another. So I just want to tell you that thank you. And if Trump wins again, I'm gonna be out there, my friend. I'm gonna be tap dancing and woo. So, but we'll see.
Right on, Saeed. Well, man, don't be a stranger. And anything else you want to say before we move the wheels here?
Let's make America great again together, my friend. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the race, color. The only thing that matters is the condition of your heart.
Right on, man.
Right.
Well, thanks for that,
And
Saeed.
if your heart is, if your heart is in the right place, then you can accomplish anything. It doesn't matter who you are, what condition you're suffering from. If you stand with God, nothing is impossible. And that's my final message.
Amazing. Thanks, Saeed. Call me again, man.
All right, Nick. I'll see you. I'll see you around, buddy. Hopefully, I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah. Amazing.
I'll take a day off. Thank you, and cheers to you and the JLP team. You guys are amazing.
Right on, man. Take care, Saeed.
Right. Okay, bye.
He's an interesting guy, Chad. He's an interesting guy. Who says, one of you said something. What kind of, you can't be American just because your heart wants it. I'm sorry. That may be true. Well, I don't even know why I'm responding to this. I don't know exactly what I was going to say, so let me move on. But yeah, I'm not justifying illegals or anything. I mean, you heard it from Saeed himself. He's like, you deport me, it's the right thing to do. But what an attitude. What an attitude to have despite it all. That's rare. If you ask me, it's rare. Okay? And, I'm sure, it's easier to have than. All I'm saying is that, like, it benefits. There's benefits there. It's like you're in America. It's maybe easier to say. But how many Americans don't have that same attitude? He's an interesting guy. He's an interesting guy. But anyways. Where were we? We got calls. I want to get to these calls. I want to invite my guest. I'm hoping that he's still available. Let's see here. I'm hoping he's still available. We might have to. I'll let you know in a sec here. We might have to reschedule. But that being said, a real quick look at the presidential results here from New York Times. 178 electoral votes for Trump so far, 99 for Kamala Harris. Texas has come in, Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, like CNN predicted, North Dakota. They've all come in, Louisiana. Mississippi and Alabama were earlier. But we're waiting on Georgia, North Carolina, both leaning Republican. That is, so that's how that's looking. So these four, that looks correct. Let's give him, so that's how that's going. Illinois, boom, boom, boom. We're trying to get our map looking right here. New York, Vermont, Connecticut. That all looks correct. Let's say we give him, let's give her Pennsylvania. Let's give him Georgia, North Carolina. Wisconsin. Wow, it's leading Trump here. Then we're going to get right to calls after this. Wisconsin leading Trump. We'll leave that up. We'll leave that up for grabs. Kamala Harris leading in Michigan. So we'll leave that all up. The rest looks correct. We got some likely Democrats in Colorado, New Mexico. That looks correct over here as well. So we'll leave the rest up there just the way it looks. Okay? So far the projection, 262 Republican, 245 Democrats, waiting to see how some of these toss-ups go. We'll keep watching that, huh? That red bar is filling up. It's too early to say, though. We're going to keep waiting. I do believe I will have my guest today. So that'll be nice, I think. So how do I get this going? Hold on. I'm Boomer Tech. Hold on. I believe we did it. Okay, so we'll wait for our guest here. See if he could talk about the Jews a little bit. I know some of y'all like that one, and we'll see what we get there. But right now we got some patient waiters. Thank you so much. We got. Let me know who you are. You're on the air.
This is Frederick from L.A. What's going on, Nick?
How you doing, Frederick? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the coverage. Thanks for being here. How you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That caller was something else. What's going on, man?
Yes, sir. Are you talking about Saeed?
I just made a call to Hake about dang overstayers of their visas, undocumented workers. That's what they were.
Oh, what about them?
Trump expanded the visa program while he was in. You know what I'm saying? He let a whole bunch of undocumented workers work on that visa program, and it jumped up to like 2.1 million while he was in office. 13% he increased the visa program.
And you're not down with that?
Said, why go back?
And you're not down with that? You'd like to see that? You'd like to see that closed up? You'd like to see the immigration closed up and handled? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. You hear how he said, how he speak out there. You got the black worker looking for a job with slaves on the street. He's a walking slave, ready to
He's a
serve
servant.
the white man.
Huh?
Yeah, look at that. How can we get a job
When did he say that?
Slaves walking the street.
When did he say he's
He
a
said he's
slave
a
to the
slave.
white man?
He just said that, didn't he?
No, he said he's a servant to America.
The white man.
It's always about the white man with you.
He said,
You're
"Oh,
stuck,
the white
Frederick.
man is so grateful."
You're
He
stuck.
said the white man's so nice. He said
Right.
that out of
He's
his
grateful.
mouth.
He's showing his
I feel like you didn't hear
gratitude.
that.
So you hear a man show his
Okay,
gratitude. You hear a
disagree.
man show
Why you making this
gratitude.
argument?
You
Why
hear
making
you
this
hear a
argument?
man show gratitude, and to you,
You're making this an
you
argument.
hear a man. No,
Like
I'm not
you
man.
didn't hear the same thing.
Wait, no, it's just response. Now it's my turn to respond. I'm just saying that it's funny.
Okay,
I just
but I don't want to make an
I can't.
argument over something.
No, we don't have to argue. You're right. Thanks. But I'm just
Yeah,
pointing
we
out
both
it's kind
made
of
it
funny.
clear.
No, we're not going to argue. I agree with you, man. Let's totally not argue.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out it's funny that to you hear a man be grateful, but you hear shucking and jiving and
I don't
blah
hear
blah
him
blah.
being grateful.
But he just spent a
You
whole call
accuse
being
me of
grateful.
hearing gratefulness. When I hear.
He was showing gratitude in a call, but all you heard was shucking and jiving.
I heard low self-esteem. I hear a person that was maybe an alcoholic, living in depression.
And
you
now
know what I'm
you're
saying?
now you're
And-
slandering.
No, that's
Now
what
you-
I heard. He
He
was
did not
low
say that.
Self-esteem.
He never said he
did
was an
say
alcoholic.
Low self-esteem.
He never said
Anybody
low
that wants to
self-esteem
be
or,
a
or
servant-
alcoholic. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
almost a little surprised, Frederick. I'm
Well,
almost
you
a little
shouldn't
tiny
be.
bit surprised.
You need to know how to diagnose.
I'm almost a little tiny bit surprised, Frederick, that you would actually say such a thing.
You shouldn't be.
How
Well,
how
you're
insecure
calling
are
her-
you? You're talking about all these other people's insecurity, but
Yeah.
you just showed your
Your last
insecurity.
caller.
I know, but you just showed your insecurity on display. Are you okay with that, Frederick? I personally don't like it when
How am I insecure because he wants to be a
I personally
slave? Are you
don't.
serious?
I'll explain to you if
He
you'd
wants
like.
to be a slave, and you calling me insecure?
I'll explain to you if you'd like.
Nick,
No, I'd be happy to explain to you, but
Nick,
I just want you to. I just
that
want you
was
to know.
low self-esteem. That was a low.
Well, let me
self-esteem,
explain to
man.
you, Frederick.
think
I'd be
wanting to
happy.
Be a servant is cool.
Totally, I'd be happy to explain to you. I would be happy
Would
to
you
explain
let
to you.
somebody be your servant?
I want to explain to you, Frederick, but I just want.
I'm asking you a question though.
I know, but first we got an order of operations
Okay,
here.
go ahead,
First,
go
I got to
ahead. I'm
explain
sorry,
to
go
you
ahead. All right,
how
go
that
ahead,
is,
explain.
how that is in fact very insecure of you. But I don't like people putting out their personal info, their problems on display. Man, you sure? Because it's like
I'm ready. I ain't got
it's
no
very
problems. I don't know what you're
insecure.
talking about.
Huh?
I don't have no problems. What
Well,
you
of
talking
course. How else would you describe someone hearing someone express gratitude, and it bothers you personally to the point where you have to lie and slander about someone to make it fit your worldview that this person was insecure? How insecure do you have to be?
I said he loved the white man, and you said
Right,
well,
he's showing gratitude to
How
America.
is that slander?
Let it be
How
the
am I
white. You said
slandering
he was a
somebody?
depressed
I'm saying
alcoholic.
What he said, Nick.
He
Nick,
said he
I'm
was a
saying what
depressed
he said
alcoholic.
when he said, "Well, if you gonna let me talk, or you gonna talk when I'm talking?" I
I'm
don't know.
asking.
Go ahead.
No, I was asking you a question.
No, go ahead.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
I was asking you a
Go ahead.
question, so now you can talk. I was asking you. He said he's a depressed alcoholic. Maybe I missed it. I'm sorry. Maybe he totally said it. I thought I was listening pretty intently. He said he was a depressed alcoholic, Frederick? That was a question.
No.
You know you're allowed to talk
no,
now.
I said.
Now you
I
just been a
said
woman.
This man called you. Are you gonna let me talk? Or you gonna keep talking?
Did he say he's a Did he say he's a depressed alcoholic?
No. Did I call
Okay,
him a
there you
depressed
go.
alcoholic?
So you made that up.
No, I didn't make.
You
it up.
didn't
Did
make
I
it up?
call him a depressed alcoholic?
Wait, what? You called him a
Did I
depressed
call him a
alcoholic. Did he
depressed
say that or
alcoholic?
not?
He's already mad.
Did he say that or not? Did he say
So
he's a
he is
depressed
depressed.
alcoholic or
He-
not?
he-
Did he say he was a depressed alcoholic or not?
No, you ain't got.
So you made it up.
You can
Did
read
you
through
make
the
it up?
lines. No, I read the call. I read the call.
You
better
read
than
the
you did.
call. That's
Yeah,
that's
it's
exactly
called
what.
reading the call.
Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah.
You
that's
know how
what,
Jesse reads
That's
the
what
call
sick,
and keep his
judgmental people
finger
do.
on the hang up button.
That's what insecure people do. But
and he can tell
very
when
interesting.
Tro's about the call.
So wait, let's get
He can read the call.
nice. Let's get to a point
No,
because
you know what I'm
you're-
talking about. Reading the call.
I agree with you. I don't want to argue. So let's get to a point of a call. Totally. I appreciate your call. So let's get to something.
Yeah, that's what I called about Hank earlier last week. I think it was about them visas overstaying a visa. And he was one of them, a prime example of what people in the street have to compete against in the workforce. You know what I'm saying? People who wants to be slaves. That's all I was saying. You heard him precisely say that, I want to be a slave. You're my master.
Right, he was showing gratitude.
Self-esteem. That's mental illness.
No, it was gratitude.
That is finance. That's not
You wouldn't be a servant?
That's not gratitude.
You wouldn't be a servant to the white man?
Stop misdiagnosing gratitude.
You wouldn't be a servant to the white man?
You think a man wanting to be a slave?
I'm asking you a question.
Why don't you?
You wouldn't be a servant to the white man?
Gratitude is you being a slave.
Would you be a servant to your brother? Yes or no, Frederick? I'm asking you a question. Would you be a servant? Would you be a servant to your brother?
Nobody's servant.
You're not. You're nobody's servant.
Nobody's servant.
The ego on this guy.
Would you be a servant for Jesse?
So why are you a servant to? So if you're not a servant to anybody, Jesse,
would you call Jesse master?
Frederick, I'll answer your question.
Gratitude.
I'm asking you a question. I'll ask you. Don't worry, man. Calm down. I'll.
It's easy. It's yes or no.
So you wouldn't be.
5 words.
You said you wouldn't be. You said you wouldn't be a slave to anybody. How come you're a slave to evil?
I'm not a slave to nobody. Come on.
But here you are. Here you are showing your insecurity, judging people, assuming things and slandering them.
Judging.
Would you be okay with you being treated that way, Frederick? Would you be okay if people treated you that way?
Go ahead. Just because you call words insecurity don't mean I'm insecure about it.
But here you are slandering people.
But here I am. Just because you say here I am.
But you are here. You are here slandering people and making things up. You want people to treat you like that?
He's a bootlicker.
But you called him a depressed alcoholic.
Am I correct?
Say again?
You're voting for people to round him up. Am I correct? You're voting for Trump because he's a deporter in chief, right? He's going to deport every illegal that overstayed their visa, right?
I don't really think he's going to deport that much. It'd be nice.
Oh, my God. You don't think he's going to deport that much?
Yeah, like I'm not so sure. I don't know. I really don't know. It's a wait and see on that one.
Oh, wow.
It sounds like he's going to deport a lot. I don't know what a lot is.
You're being real slippery.
No.
Why ain't you tell him to go home and come back in the right way? You try to tell him to vote.
That was a joke.
Where's your morals at?
That was a joke. And
no,
you know
it wasn't
that.
a joke. You really thought about it. Once you said it on air.
And so now so the same way you treat Saeed, you treat me. You
know
what I think.
Of course,
you know exactly what I think.
You shouldn't play like that.
Play like how?
You should tell him.
I'm allowed to make jokes.
Correct him with perfect peace. You should correct him, tell him,
he knows
I don't
what he's
even
doing.
like you being here. You should go home, Saeed, and come back in the right way.
He knows
I'm not
what he's
laughing
doing.
and kikiing with you.
He knows what he's doing.
Because you're here illegally. You're a criminal. Trump said if you kill somebody, he's going to give you the death chair. Do you want the death chair, Saeed? Then you better sober up and
he's
take
not
your
killing
ass
anybody.
home. Take your butt
You're making
home.
stuff up though now. He's not killing anybody.
No, Trump did say if an immigrant killed
Saeed's not killing anybody. You're making stuff up. Who's the mentally ill one now?
No,
you're mentally ill, Frederick. You're living in illusions in your head. You're living in illusions in your head.
I didn't say he killed somebody.
No, but you're saying you're saying you're literally living in illusions in your head. You're like, do you want to die, Saeed? Saeed hasn't killed anybody. What are you talking about? You're making things up.
The man you're voting for is
so what have you proved so far? I still think illegal immigration is bad. So what's the point? What is the grand point? You've said nothing so far.
Is, Nick, the bias of you watching a Mexican overstay his visa and
he knows I think it's wrong. He knows I think it's wrong. He knows I think it's wrong.
Listen. You said his attitude was great.
He already knows. Fantastic
attitude,
better than yours.
Listen, what about the black man that's here legal that decides to steal and is wrong? You think that's bad, though? He should have the attitude, if you catch me and lock me up, then I'll go to jail. But right now, I'm living bliss-free, just like him, being a criminal on the street every day. He wakes up a criminal.
Who, the black guy? I'm not following now.
He chooses to break the law, just like that black man going
right, he knows it's wrong.
No?
Yeah.
No. You judge the black man and you think his attitude's great. Why is his attitude great?
Wait. You got to slow down because you're not talking about a real situation anymore. What black man was in this situation? Look, if I can break it down because you're going nuts. No, hold on. No, you listen. Nope, you listen. Nope, you listen. Let me break it down. Let me mute him and break it down for the people. Let me break it down because he's basically saying, he's He's basically making a big stink because I didn't tell Saeed specifically, hey, illegal immigration is wrong. It's like, he knows that. He knows that that's what I think. So if you want to criticize me about that, well, you did it. And proper criticism, maybe. But I don't need to deal with every piddly little fact you want me to deal with. We all know that illegal immigration is wrong. That was kind of a unique call. But he's trying to make a big stink out of that little piddly little fact. But what are you proving here? All you've proven, Frederick, is you hate gratitude. And I was trying. You can't even see gratitude. You can't. All of a sudden, you really care about illegals, and now you sound like us. And I'm trying to point out gratitude, and you hate it. It's like it's got you going. It's got you going nuts.
Nick.
You see how crazy you're going over hearing someone say that they would be grateful. They would be grateful. No, I'm not done. All right, he's going back muted. You see how crazy it is? How crazy you felt over how crazy you felt over seeing the gratitude someone else because you hate white people? You notice how crazy that's made you?
Am I muted?
No, you're live now.
Okay. All right. Now check this out.
No, I asked you a question.
When the black people
no, I asked you something.
What?
Do you see how crazy you've gotten over hearing someone express gratitude, all because you hate the white man? Because they express gratitude. Yeah.
The white man.
You see how crazy you've gotten over someone expressing gratitude over to the white man?
The majority of the white men. Listen, Nick. The majority of the white men are on my team. Okay. You got a small majority of racist whites that I don't like. It's on your team. Okay.
Small majority.
I'm not.
Wait, let's look at this. Wait, hold on, Chad. Let's look at the small.
I'm not.
Let's take a look at the small minority. Hold on, Frederick. We're taking a quick aside. We're taking a quick side note here, a little side moment here to check on this tiny minority that you're talking about. Is this it right here? Is this it right here? The 178, red. This is the tiny minority you're talking about. Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. You were saying?
Tell me about it. Tomorrow, tell me about it.
What does that mean? Tomorrow it'll still be a small minority if Kamala wins.
That map looks like that for the last 40 years.
Frederick.
Every night on election night, all them red states fill up. Look it up.
Frederick.
All them red states fill up like that election night every year.
Frederick.
Yes.
You're chuckling, but let's say Kamala Harris wins. What do you think happens to the rest of the people? They don't exist?
Rest of what people?
All the other red states I'm pointing out. The small, tiny minority you're talking about. Let's say Kamala Harris wins. What do you think happens to them? Because you're laughing like it
gives them the right to that they voted for.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Would they still?
It gives them the president that they want.
Let me make
right?
it even simpler for you. In terms of proportions, would they still be a small, insignificant minority, or would they just be half the country but they lost?
I don't know what you're saying.
Because you're saying they're tiny. There's nobody. There's basically nobody on your team.
Do you know that?
And
even
you laughed.
You
laughed like it was smart when you said,
Nick,
"Oh, tell me that tomorrow when Kamala
minority.
wins."
Nick,
even if Kamala wins, those people still exist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nick,
here?
Are you stupid, Nick? Do you think over half the country votes?
No, you're clear.
Do you think over half the country even votes?
He's calling me stupid, Chad. He's really saying that. Again, Frederick.
Over half the country
again,
don't even
Frederick.
vote,
Let me
Nick.
ask again. So then, how does your point about Kamala stand?
Over half the country don't even vote, Nick.
So then, why are you laughing and saying, "Tell me that tomorrow when Kamala wins"? So then I can say that to you. Over half the country doesn't vote, Frederick.
Is going to lose against the other half that does.
But over half the country doesn't vote, Frederick. So why does that matter?
It's 2/4. Exactly. What are you acting like? 1/4% is 75% of the country.
But you're the one that's doing that.
1/4%. No,
Look at me,
you're
Chad.
acting like 1/4% is not a
Chad,
small
I'm
amount.
the silly one.
You acting like 1/4% is half the country.
I'm the silly one because I have low standards for myself. And
you
I apologize,
like
Chad.
Of the people.
I have low standards for myself because clearly I want a thrill and I don't care about having a real conversation. So I want to take responsibility for that, Chat. My apologies. I clearly just want to have a thrill because look at me fighting about nothing. Frederick, say something worthwhile right now.
Who you like?
Say something worthwhile right now. A question or a comment. Go ahead.
What percentage of the country do you think vote?
I don't know. Good question. What percentage of the country votes? What do you know? Do you know the answer?
What do you think?
What percentage do I think? I don't know. I'd say.
Think.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Relax.
It's not hard.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know, like 50%.
I don't know. You start thinking.
I already told you I don't know. I said 50%. What is the answer?
Look it up.
All right, bye. Let's only have real conversations. This is what I mean about the Discord too. See, this goes triply for me. We have to have a higher standard about life, you know, because what are we fighting about? Let's have a real conversation. Why fight about like that? That's me wanting to fight or something. Because I'm like, but you saying this about Kamala, like, and then I realized what the heck I was doing. Like, why this tiny piddly little dumb fact about basically semantics? Who said what? But you said Kamala, and you said Kamala, and you're not supposed to say Kamala yet. What am I talking about? How evil am I? So what did he even want to say? What did he even want to say? Did we get anything? What percentage of the country votes? I don't know. These people vote. 178 for Donald J. Trump, and we in fact, hold on here. What percentage of the country votes? Testing. 1, 2, 3. All right. Chad, we're just getting something situated here, but I believe we have a special guest. With us, and I want to make sure you're here, sir.
Yes, Nick. Hey.
Hey, I hear you got the stream in the background, so you probably heard some of that mess with our caller Frederick and me with my low impulse control. How you doing, sir?
Tell me what he was so pressed about. I sat here for about 10 minutes and couldn't figure out what was going on, but. And
I don't blame you, because I made it about really just semantics. Like he said we're just arguing about, what were we even arguing about? How many voters are going to vote? Oh yeah, that he was calling the people who are supporting Trump. He's saying it's my side, and that there's only a few racist whites who are on the Trump side and my side, meanwhile the rest are on my side. And we were literally fighting about this piddly little thing where, how can it be he's calling it a little minority, but look at all these votes. We're looking at the electoral map right now, and it seems like pretty significant, but what a silly thing to fight about. And I take responsibility. We got right now with us someone who I had on my show before, and he goes by Hitler Hated Christ on Twitter. Well, X.com now. You can find him at @not_our_guy. And I remember finding his account quite a while ago now. And it at the time, it was very interesting to me for a number of reasons. I was starting to understand a little bit more of the political landscape in America, how people thought. I started seeing some interesting trends with young white people concerning Jewish people, Hitler, etc. And I came across his account, and I thought he was a well-spoken guy, and it was just interesting. I invited him some time ago, and we had a nice chat. Now, where I'm at now, I now know, and I may not know the different things that Hitler Hated Christ talks about and the facts, and if really Hitler really did hate Christ, if we're talking about the literature and all that, I may not know those things. But now where I'm at in life, here's something I know for sure, that people who have anger they hate Christ. And so before when we talked, I wasn't so solid on that, maybe. And I'm glad to have you back, man. I'm just giving you a little intro. We got a little election stream going on right now, and I wanted to kind of bring back guests on the show, and I thought of you first. It's nice to have you back, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I appreciate you having me on. One thing that I am noticing that's a little bit interesting, at least in the right-wing space right now, is all the stuff going on with the Groypers being anti-Trump. Have you followed any of that at all lately?
Big time. Well, somewhat. I've heard about it, and I've heard some of the arguments centering around like Israel and stuff. But definitely,
Right.
So yeah, the Groypers, and they're not voted Trump, or at least I hear.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because you talk about hatred and stuff, and that's one thing. But it is definitely clear to me that there's a decent portion of at least the really young and like full of zeal Fuentes Groyper crowd that really does kind of like hold the issue of anything related to the Jews above every other area of politics, right? So Trump being pro-Israel, well, now he's completely sold out, right? And all these things, and as if he wasn't 4 or 8 years ago also pro-Israel, and that may be the one thing he's the most consistent on, funnily enough. But they've just now kind of realized, hey, maybe Trump actually isn't going to usher in, our glorious populist century or whatever, right? And so seeing that in real time has been a hoot to me.
So why'd you pick the name for your account, and what got you to why do you feel the need to do it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just started having lots of different conversations with guys in more of these dissident right spaces that always seem to go back to this belief that every issue that has happened in the Western world for the last 80 years is the fault of the fact that we essentially defeated the Nazis, and that we wouldn't have to deal with any of this liberalism or this leftism if we had just allowed Hitler to conquer whatever he wanted, and not have what they're calling now the post-war consensus, right? And a lot of these guys were promoting themselves as being in favor of a Christian government and Christian morals being the foundation for the state and things like that. And so I started looking into the history surrounding Hitler specifically, and some of the stuff that he said publicly and privately to different people in his circles, and it became pretty clear to me quickly that this wasn't somebody that we ought to be looking up to. As obvious as that sounds to a lot of well-adjusted people, there were a lot of people that I was interacting with in some of these more dissident spaces that wasn't just sort of a no-brainer. And because it was so obvious to so much of the population, or the Christian population at least, nobody was out there really contending for that. And so there wasn't a lot of easily accessible material that I was able to find until I really dug into it, kind of breaking that down for this is why Hitler really wasn't a figure that was redeeming Germany for Christ or things like that, which is definitely what he sort of presented himself as. If you look at some of his speeches and some other statements he made.
I find that, of course, the topic endlessly interesting, despite, I mean, I guess if I was really interested, I'd learn all the facts, but I just don't have them. And so my impression has always been of this Hitler guy as, I hear he was a great leader in some respects, economically, and did amazing things. But my impression is he was a little angry, and you know how anger blinds anybody. I don't care who it is. Anger blinds all people. And even if you could do 99 things right, anger can blind you. And I believe he did some of those things, right? I don't know the deets, and people have to maybe argue about the minutia, but
right.
Anger is, if someone's led by anger, all your 99 amazing things, I don't know. The point being, to add to what you're saying too, is about Germany too. It's interesting to hear what you say and juxtapose it with what some people say about what Hitler should have been and all that. I mean, you look at Germany today, they're worse off. They're worse off than ever. And right, his whole thing was to restore Germany and all that. So it doesn't seem like economic goods and all that mattered in the long run. So wanted to add to that. On this though, this whole talk about Trump is he's a Hitler revival, fascist, all this. Thoughts on all that?
Well, I mean, one of the big things is that Trump's rhetoric is just not, in my mind, similar to the stuff that Hitler was saying. So like a lot of Trump's, funnily enough, his sort of like what people characterize as like vengeful things that he says are much more just like petty, rather than like him sort of trying to like avenge the American people, right? So that's one thing that's a distinctive thing. Also, he was in charge for 4 years and didn't become a complete totalitarian like everyone was accusing him of being. He might have pressed the letter in 1 or 2 different areas, but it wasn't, like Hitler coming to power and then making himself, the Führer for eternity, right? This just wasn't what happened. People kind of forget that Trump was president before. And so I think one of the mistakes that Harris has made this time around, and we may see that play out later tonight, depending on how things go. It looks like it's going pretty good for Trump right now.
So far.
Was really pressing into that whole Trump is Hitler rhetoric, because I think a lot of people were thinking, and like, you know what, between 2016 and 2020, it really didn't feel like we were living under Hitler, right? Like I didn't have my neighbors who were brown, like, and citizens disappear in the middle of the night, right? Like that just didn't occur. And so I think people are looking at that and they're saying, you know what, this is kind of like beating a dead horse. And I don't think Kamala shifted, her talking points to the current year.
You think that's part of what I get, my impression is like the Trump umbrella has almost grown, you got politically a high up, Elon, RFK, those names, but just in general, in the entertainment world and maybe even friends and family, do you think that's part of this umbrella grown, or has the umbrella shifted? Has Trump shifted, or has the umbrella grown? Am I making sense with my quasi-political words?
Yeah, I gotcha. I think it's probably shifted more than grown, mainly because I do think some of Trump's evangelical crowd is becoming disenchanted with him, like that evangelical base on the right. And maybe that base is also shrinking, which is also a sad thing. Right. But I mean, I've been personally pretty disappointed in his stance on some of the stuff with abortion. Even if you could make a tactical case for it, that was pretty disappointing. But the reality is, like, there is no other game in town, right? And so I do think that he needs to get pushback on that. I just don't think it needs to happen as, in the general election. And I think that a lot of evangelicals are doing that calculus. So sort of like as he expands out to picking up a lot of independence through Musk and some of these other guys, I think the evangelicals are sticking with him, but sort of like we're not super happy about it. And I think abortion is probably the main reason.
Abortion? Yeah. Wow. It seems abortion on both sides, huh? It remains as I know it's like important to a lot of people, and it's like, wow, we're talking about babies, but yet am I silly in feeling like in this grand scheme of things, when you got a whole voter base such as women, for example, saying, well, we're willing to ignore all the I may be being a little hyperbolic here, but a country burning as long as we get to have reproductive rights. Is that, what do you think about that?
I think there's a lot of people who have either had abortions or known people in their personal life who've had abortions. It's kind of like the thing with like moms that have gay kids or something, where they, especially if they're not believers, they don't really have a way to reconcile a disconnect between their behavior or the behavior of people they think are good people and like what they believe about policy. And so because of that, people are found in a situation where, if they can't convince themselves, even just by how they vote, that the decision that they made was a righteous and just decision, then how would they ever live with themselves? And so we put people into these positions, and a lot of them put themselves into these positions themselves, I guess. And that's one of the reasons why you see that issue being prioritized that much, is because nobody's going to ever self-admit that they're a murderer, or that their mom is a murderer, or that their daughter's a murderer, right? And as a Christian, we have to do that, right? Because we're called to a higher moral standard that's consistent. But somebody who's secular, they're going to change their worldview and belief to whatever's comfortable, so that they don't have to consider those people murderers.
That's an interesting way of putting it. How much despite the talk of well, everybody believes they care about the real and the right things, right? No, I care about the real thing, the economy. I care about my issue is real. It's when you put it that way, human nature is a powerful thing, and being the good person, whether you're the Republican or the Democrat in this election, is you're saying that matters a lot, being this good person.
Yeah, I think that they want to be, if they've had an abortion, to vote Republican would basically be like, or at least voting for a pro-life Republican.
Yeah.
would be like
What a
be like
mess.
admitting that they're a murderer, right? And so it's like that's not something that people are very inclined to do. But on some level, as Christians, that's kind of like the entry point to Christianity, is a recognition that your sin is the reason that Christ died, right? And so, but if you're a secular person, you've never had to reconcile and think about that at that level of seriousness or gravity. It's really easy to just sort of like change your opinions about all sorts of topics to put yourself in whatever zone is comfortable, even if it's shrinking and really, really irrational.
Any thoughts on this changing evangelical base? Besides, you mentioned maybe they're shrinking, like, so in terms of making babies and all that. Any other thoughts on this shrinking evangelical base?
Yeah, I mean, I said that. I actually don't know the numbers. It may be that the actual sheer numbers of evangelicals are still increasing, but the percentage of the electorate that would identify as evangelicals going down. Both, like, those can be this. Those can. Or excuse me, that the amount of evangelicals is going up, but the percentage of them voting, or the percentage of voters who are evangelicals, can go down. And I do see with Trump, one of the negative effects of Trump, as much as I think Trump has done some positive things culturally for sure, has been that I think he has made people on the right more receptive now to abortion, but also to gay rights. And I remember even in 2016 when Trump was like hugging the rainbow flag and stuff like that. I don't know if you remember that.
I do.
Yeah, but that was kind of bad. I mean, like, I remember that. I'm like, that's not good. And the GOP's removed opposition to federal, level gay marriage acceptance and abortion, I think, from the platform on the national level. And that should be considered a regression. We should be probably pretty hard on the GOP as Christians for that. And I haven't seen a lot of blowback on that, which makes me a little bit sad.
I see. Yeah, I share some of the same thoughts on the GOP. Always with this eye towards, I don't know what it is, like eye towards the future generation or something. It doesn't seem like there's anybody with the mentality of, well, we got to, actually try and conserve something, even if people don't like it, even if the youngins want it this way. But right. I share some of that too. Although when I saw Trump hug that flag, a lot of my viewers, they were really not happy with it. They've been bringing it up ever since. They're like, right. How can you support him ever since? But I find, although you can't blame voters voting how they're going to vote, right? Like if you do something and voters don't like it and they vote differently, then that's just politics. At the same time, what do you think about this? Isn't there something a little silly about these people to, I guess what I'm trying to say, aren't they missing the point? Aren't they missing the point here? Or is that a cope?
Mean the folks that are like, that won't vote for Trump for that, or what do you mean?
Sure. That are quite incensed about him hugging that flag, etc.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that my wife and I talk about a lot is kind of like why we have the political process that we do. And I mean, a lot of that needs to get worked out during primaries, right? The general is for everybody to come together and vote for, the candidate that's closest to your opinion and your worldview. But I don't think that Trump got the sort of blowback that he should have gotten in the most recent primary for a few different things and reasons. I think it's also pretty clear that Trump waited to sort of walk back some of his stances on abortion until after the primary. Which is a little bit disappointing also, but I think that was a tactical move. I think Trump really just wants to win. And I don't think that's like a controversial statement to say that like he just really wants to be in charge, which, in some regards I think is actually a good thing, because I think it means he's motivated to win. One thing I'm curious, Nick, and you can tell me what you think about this. Do you think that the sort of like left, not just like the left wing in general, but like the woke worldview has lost power and grip in the popular culture since 2016? Do you think that's like it's lost some of its power?
It really, I gotta say, it really has. That's my impression. It's not even just an impression. It's a pretty strong one. And just looking at popular culture, looking at totally like young, like not like streamers, for example. Streamers, they're not even into politics. I mean, some of them are. Some of them are basically just Democrats. But look, their audiences. I'm noticing in the prevailing culture that there has been a marked rejection of what of at least for sure overtly the most basic, what you might call woke things, like just assuming racism, just giving it up to the women just cause. That's pretty significant. That's not an insignificant mentality change. And so I gotta agree with you. It's been a change since 2016. That's really part of shall we call it his what he's done, right? That's part of what he's done. Part of what he's done is totally shake that up, shake up the media, shake up people's thinking about what's possible and what's offensive, and get rid of that, really. So that's part of his legacy, I'd say.
I definitely agree. And I think that's the reason I voted for him, I guess 3 times now, was because I wanted to signal primarily against that woke worldview. I do think again, it looks like he's going to win. I mean, I'm looking at the New York Times Needle or whatever has him at 79% chance of winning right now. So that's pretty amazing.
Pretty significant.
Yeah, but I was hoping that after Trump, and I'm still hoping, I guess, after these next 4 years, if he does win, that he will pass the torch to somebody gracefully who can take this and really return to some of the more Christian values on the right, and not just be like a reactionary party that's nothing but just sort of anti-woke, and that's sufficient. There is definitely a disconnect too. If I talk to boomers on the right, a lot of them will tell me that they think the woke stuff has gotten worse since 2016. And I kind of disagree. I agree with you, Nick. I think that especially in the popular culture and the people that are out there really with a significant impact on what people think on a day-to-day basis, I see the woke stuff really losing ground and has lost a lot of ground. And I think we do owe that to Trump. And so that's why I don't regret my voting for him. And I think that like if he does pass that torch gracefully like I want, I think that's really what he's going to go down in history for. I think it's gonna, the history books are gonna read 2016 as a rejection of the woke mentality, right? And then I think that COVID is gonna be the next big thing. And then who knows, for the next 4 years of Trump, what it'll be. But it won't be Kamala if you win.
Yeah, no, I love what you said too, because I was just saying this to the folks that I was just telling them too that what would be worse than, because there's all sorts of people that said, oh, it's the most important election. If Kamala gets in, it's the end. It's definitely not a good direction.
Right.
But what would be worse is Trump becomes president and everyone just becomes complacent. And Trump really is the last of a dying breed or something like that. And the gift that of his presidency, which I think is more than his policies, it's the awakening, kind of like the awakening effect his personality has had on people, that just dies out. And
one thing I could see happen, which would be pretty negative, would be Trump wins. That's great, right? That's good. But the right maintains. I just got a notification on Zoom. Hold on.
I know. I just bought Pro so that it doesn't end our meeting.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
You're good. You were saying.
I was gonna say one of the things that I could see would be negative would be after Trump's 4 years, the Republican Party doesn't shift back to being more principled and remains just like, maybe we defeat the wokeness, right? Mm-hmm. Like the wokeness continues to become less popular culturally, and that's great. However, I don't want a Christless conservative right either, right?
Yeah.
And so I do think that like candidates like Vance are actually a pretty good thing, because I think that he is relatively solid on a lot of those things. And I hope that like some of those guys like him can sort of take up that mantle and run with that, and we can make some more wins. I mean, we do need like a federal abortion ban. That's huge. That's going to happen at some point for sure.
I understand. Yeah, I understand a lot of that, and I'd like to see that too, and beyond Trump and all that. And you know what's important about what you're saying is because we were talking about the right wing and some of the trends too. And there's a really, like, I don't know if you share with me. I think we're both on the same page. Like, it's like these people who hate who think Hitler is their guy and all that. There's something. What I'm trying to say is, I think it seems like we're both on the same page that it's not really about skin color, but I think I wonder, what do you think about this? If you share the same concerns that I have, should America decline? There's no white people left. I think we're going to totally lose this Christianity you're talking about. It really will not be good. I don't know if you share that with me, but it matters because of the topic we're talking about. There's a trend. One of the worst trends is the judgment in white people, young white people. They sound like the blacks blaming whites for their problems and all that. And it's a bad road to go down.
Yeah, I do think that like the sort of hyper identitarian politics, as much as the woke stuff has kind of been defeated on the left in some regards culturally, I do think that some of the identitarian focus that the left really instilled in people has stuck around on the right. And that's going to be, there's going to be a cleanup job where we are going to have to go through and figure out, like, we need to recognize that things like mass immigration are extremely harmful. I mean, I want like a indefinite moratorium on all of it. Because I think that culturally it's just been a disaster.
Absolutely.
I think it's hurt people and been a judgment on the nation. But the thing is, there's a difference between that belief and a sort of like pie in the sky, racial vainglory view that we're going to establish some like white ethno state or something. It's just it only exists in online circles with people that don't operate in real life. A lot of them aren't members of churches, right? They haven't talked to people who really live out their Christian faith, and there's going to be definitely some infighting between the sort of Christless right and believers who will find themselves in conservative circles. I think over the next 4 years for sure.
Interesting, man. I want to switch gears here. Can I ask you? I want to switch gears just a little bit here on election stuff, and here it was like wade into maybe a world that I don't quite understand. Maybe you can help me with. There's been a bit of we're talking a little bit too about the umbrella kind of shifting and changes. There's been another shift from what I can tell, and I've heard it talked about, but because I don't have the facts, I stay out of making conclusions and opinions just because I hear someone say about a group or anything. But I did notice myself personally. So October 7th, Israel, Hamas, that whole thing happens. And since then, I have noticed people like Michael Rappaport. Is that a name you know? He's that guy who's always been, he's this comedian guy. He's always, he was like very anti-Trump, liberal Hollywood Jewish guy. And it seems like, and he would make these videos going like, Trump this, Trump that. And it seems like, and then so recently I saw something where he said something about, if I'm paraphrasing now, but basically he was criticizing the left's lack of support for Israel post October 7th. And he seemed to indicate that basically shook him a bit and has caused him to not vote Democrat. And so there's been, so that's what I'm getting into. October 7th, Michael Rappaport and Jewish liberals. Has there been a change? Is there something you even know about, I guess? But and in your eyes, has there been this shift amongst Jewish liberals? My impression is they've always been that Jewish people vote liberal heavily, there's been maybe an awakening. I don't know if that's even a bad thing. That sounds like an amazing thing. What do you think?
I don't know. On the electoral level, I'm not sure. I do hear a lot about Jews coming to faith in Christ in different circles that I'm in, especially in areas on Twitter, and some of that has been due to some of the wokeness and stuff they saw in their culture, and not being able to reconcile the sort of like hyper progressive politics of a lot of Jews in the U.S. with, you know, the Old Testament and Scripture, right? Because you really can't, you know, be super pro gay and also hold to like the Torah. Like,
Right.
just like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And like the ones who get really Talmudic with it and stuff, they could kind of do that. But
What's that mean? If you could help me out a little bit.
Well, like the Talmud is like stuff that was written like long after Christ. That really was like a lot of liberal interpretation of the Old Testament and some things like that. And so you've got different branches of Judaism, and you've got ones that take more heed of the Talmud than other branches and things like this. But from an electoral perspective, I don't know if they're going to go Trump over Israel necessarily. But I do pray for like the Jewish people to come to Christ, because I mean, even if that's not something that you know, your eschatology or your beliefs about the end times include, I do think that like the Jewish people group is fertile ground for evangelizing, right? I think that there's a lot of people there that are looking for answers, and they're not finding them in their Jewish communities.
I might want to come back to this because about politically what we're talking about and all that. I kind of want to do a little bit of curveball because you said something interesting. You said you are praying for the Jews to come to Christ.
Yeah, absolutely.
And why?
Well, because I think that, well, when I say Jews, I mean ethnic Jews, but I guess I also mean religious Jews. Because
do you pray for others to come to Christ as well?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay, go
should.
on.
Yeah. I just see the Jews as being like a mission field that's sort of right in our backyard. I mean, there's more Jews in the U.S. than there are in Israel as like a sheer number. And I think a lot of them have been disenchanted by this sort of like weird progressive politics and apathy within their own cultures. There's a guy named Ren of Men, his first name's Will, who actually was a Christian who converted from Judaism. He grew up a Jew and became a Christian more recently. And
I've met Will.
Oh, you met Will?
Yeah, I've met Will. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah. And then he has a really great story about how like, you know, he had all these questions and he wasn't able to answer them through either weird New Age stuff or Jewish theology. And so somebody introduced him to Reformed Christianity, which is the sort of, you know, sphere of Christianity that I am in. And it made everything in his, you know, really make sense to him. He was able to understand human nature a lot better. He was able to understand moral truth in a lot more clarity. And so I see those stories, and it makes me hopeful for the Jewish people to return to Christ. And so that's one of the reasons.
But why pray for it?
What's that?
Why pray for it?
Well, I mean, what do you mean? I think that
because it's like my impression when I hear someone say that is you're praying to God, right? You're getting on your knees and you're asking God, please make the Jewish people Christian.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I find that a little interesting. I speak to a lot of people. I was just talking to a guy, and he was telling me how badly he wanted to spread the word of Jesus, to spread the I forget how he put it, but he badly wanted to give up his whole job and everything to spread the word. And it sounds nice. But when you examine it, I think it's a little insane. Because God isn't going around trying to like spread the gospel. It doesn't seem to me like God's tripping or missing a beat that there are people who don't believe in Christ.
Oh, like you mean like does God really need us to evangelize? Because
is what I'm asking. But yeah, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So because I'm Reformed, I have a really high view of God's sovereignty. And I do think that like he is the one that ultimately converts everyone. But I also can't ignore, things like the Great Commission, right? God's, tells us, go and make disciples of all nations, or Christ tells us
Oh,
to
that's
go
what's called the Great Commission?
Yeah.
Go on.
It's Matthew 28.
Understood. Go on.
Yeah. So
You're saying
Christ
you can't
directly
ignore
tells
that.
us to go make disciples of all nations, baptize them in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's where we get the Trinitarian formula of baptism. Like when you get baptized, that's what's said. And then teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And so that's a pretty high command. It's not like an optional thing. And so obviously all the nations include the Jews. And then Paul talks about how his heart like yearns for his kinsmen, and in other books later in the New Testament also.
Well, I don't think you're lying, sir. It sounds like you're talking about the Bible, and I definitely don't think you're lying. But I just can't help but notice all the people I know. All the people I know who say that are insane. Have you noticed that? They're totally nuts. They're like, that's the Great Commission. I have to evangelize. And then they go out and they don't evangelize ish. They don't know what they're talking about, and they turn people off, and they have anger themselves, and they got problems. And it's like, this is the Great Commission? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse, I guess, for being like a poor representative, right? I mean, Scripture also says.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think people are such poor representatives, but they have the word? They have the Scripture.
I don't think all people are called to do the type of evangelizing that they may be the most attracted to. And I think that people are oftentimes ill-equipped to have those kind of conversations. I think a lot of people convert and they aren't sort of a regenerate heart where they exhibit the fruits of the Spirit. And it takes time for somebody to be sanctified, right? To become more like Christ. And they rush out to share the gospel because they're so excited.
Yeah.
But they don't really look like Jesus yet. And that can lead to, crazy street preachers, or it can lead to people going on podcasts using profanity,
You do not have to street preach to be a crazy Bible thumper. Trust me. You could just be in my chat. But hey, we love the Bible thumpers, and we love it all. Man, anything else you wanted to say on that?
No, I'm curious though, Nick, because we talked last time, and I know we disagreed a little bit maybe around some of the stuff on the Trinity.
Oh, did we? I almost didn't remember. I'd love to get into it if you'd like.
Yeah, well, I'm curious
because I remember when I had you on. I'm glad to have you on back, because I feel like I just know myself a little bit more. I feel like when I had you on, I was like, your whole appearance was like a curveball to me. I was just like, wow, I don't know anything. Not that I need to. All I'm saying is that, what did we disagree on? Because maybe I don't even think like that anymore.
Oh, it's okay. My recollection, and again, I looked into Jesse Lee Peterson a lot after we had our conversation, and so I may be mixing what you were saying with his. So
no worries, hit me.
Yeah. So he doesn't believe in the Trinity, so he doesn't think that there are three persons in God, like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Right? Is that correct?
That he doesn't believe there is. As far as I know, you'll have to ask Jesse. But as far as I know, what Jesse says about that, he says there's a Father, a Son, and a Holy Spirit. Yeah, he says all those exist. He says they all have their significance, and he names them. He says there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He just doesn't quite see this whole Trinity thing, and what is this whole one is the other God. What one is, have you seen that image where it's like the Trinity, yeah. And it's like they're all each other. So I'll leave it at that. As far as I know, there is a Father, there is a Son, and there is a Holy Spirit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not as, I guess, aggressive on the intricacies of the Trinity as a lot of people, because it is confusing, and it is something that to us feels contradictory to say, okay, well, how is there one God, but then there's these three people, right? I mean, that's confusing. And I think one of the reasons it is confusing is because we're physical people. We don't understand what it's like for a person to not be a physical person anyway. And so, the idea of the Father being a person, like, what does that mean if, he's not, it says he's spirit, right? So that's confusing too. But,
sorry if I may interrupt, the concept has never been confusing. I've heard it all my life. And I've heard it all my life, and I always understood exactly. Once it was explained to me, I didn't. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you're telling me it may be a little strange, but hey, at that age, I had already seen cartoons and comic books and Dragon Balls. You know what I mean? Like I can have a little imagination, and
Right.
so the concept is not confusing. It's quite clear. In fact, they're saying that they're all one and the same, yet represented in different ways. And so God, but basically what they're also saying is that God made himself into a human, right? That's kind of essential to believe part of this, right?
Yeah. Yes.
That
exactly.
God
The
made
Word
himself
became
into a
flesh.
human. So that to me, and that's where so the concept is, so if I may be clear, that really the concept, it's explained quite clearly. It's just the concept is making a claim. God made himself into a human, a man, and that person is Jesus, right? Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Yes.
So that's where the crux is Jesus God or not? It's an interesting one to talk about. Not really my wheelhouse, so to speak, something I'm discovering for myself, but I can't help but have some of the very same questions Jesse has about this whole topic. They're very good ones, and I guess we can do one. We'll see how much time we spend on this, but I'd love to have you on back again if you don't mind.
Yeah. No, I'd be down.
But on this, one of the best questions is, well, how can you believe? I'll put it simply like this, in my understanding, my words. But how can you? They say Christ is King, right? They say Christ is Lord. Some say, and that He is Lord over you, right? So what are we saying when we're saying that? Oh, that He is like above me, but He said Himself that He's our brother, right? He said that what He has, we have. And something I noticed to all the people that say, no, He is my Lord, not my brother. He is my Lord. He's above me. They can never admit to themselves that they have what He has, that they have the freedom Jesus spoke about, that they are sinless like Jesus spoke about. I talk to Christians. I don't know a single Christian who says they're sinless. Jesus said that though. But you know what they do say? They say Jesus is God. They say the Trinity, and they say all these things. So I just wonder how you can reconcile these two things, where Jesus is above you, or is He our brother and we have what He has?
Yeah. So I guess there's like a few things there. So I think that when you say like we have what He has, I would say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit is what makes us clean, right? So that the Holy Spirit sanctifies us. And so when you say like, well, Christians say they have sin, Christians are forgiven of our sin, right? So we don't stand in judgment for our sin. I would say though that Christians do sin. Would you disagree that Christians sin?
My impression, I would say, well, here's how I see it. This is how I break it down. And maybe this is intellectual and silly of me, but that's why we're having this conversation, right? But, I hear Christian, it sounds, okay, Christian, meaning like Christ, right? A follower of Christ. Christ said that that your sins have been all forgiven, that you have been saved. You're saved of sin. So no, right. I'd say a Christian does not sin. And I think it even says it in John or something, that if you know God, you don't sin.
Yeah, I would have to see what verse you're referencing for if you know God, you don't sin, because Paul pretty clearly talks about how he has like a thorn in the flesh, which is like a very specific sin that he struggles with, and some other things. And so I think the way I view it is we are forgiven from our sin in the sense that the punishment that we deserved for our sin is poured out on Christ. But that does not mean that we didn't ever sin, or that when we sin, it's not, it's not real. Like we do sin. It's just, if you are saved, it's immediately covered by Christ. And because God is outside of time, that redemption and that forgiveness, that goes backwards and forwards in time into infinity. And so any sin you will commit is already covered, and any sin you have committed is already covered. So in that sense, you're right. But I could never say that.
Say that to my chat.
Okay.
In that sense, say it again. In what sense? No, I'm joking. I have to go on. You were saying?
Okay. Well, I was just like, I think that our salvation it sanctifies all of the things we do into the future and into the past. So like all of the sin that you will commit is already covered, right? You don't have to continually ask for Christ to forgive you, or he won't do it. Like the Catholics believe you have to go to a priest, and then you have to like tell them your sin, and then that they sort of forgive you vicariously through Christ and then God. And I don't believe that. I believe that what Christ did on the cross was once and final, and that covers you. That doesn't mean that all the actions I will ever take are sinless. It just means that I don't bear the penalty for them, and I'm not labeled as a sinner in the eyes of God.
That's interesting, man. It's something I got to smoke on. Like I said, not really in my wheelhouse in that. Well, I'll stop saying that. I want to be not my wheelhouse. We're both talking about ourselves, reality, right? We could be honest. Something to smoke on. I'll definitely smoke on that, man. I like how you put it too. I don't know if I've ever quite heard it like that. If I may, I will say, I have heard a lot of similar stuff, and all the people who talk like that. Maybe this is me judging. Look at me judge some kind of Christian. But the people who talk like that, the people who say what you said, they say, oh yeah, no, you're right, Nick. Hey, yeah, you're right. Technically, we're sinless and blah 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 with the X and the Y, and so yeah, we're sinless, but they never live it. The people who talk like that live like they're sinners. They got the same miseries, the same worries, angers. You feel me? So I feel like it sounds like I feel like you might be right in what you're saying. I just wonder why is it that Christians are having such a hard time living that?
If somebody doesn't exhibit the fruits of the Spirit, then it may be fair to say that person is not saved. Not because their sin is the mechanism that causes them to not be saved necessarily, but that those who are saved, Scripture tells us, they do exhibit the fruits of the Spirit. And so if somebody doesn't show that, then that's evidence that they may not be saved. And because I'm Reformed, and I believe that God elects certain people. I think there are people who are elect, and there are people that are not elect by God. And I think that he made that decision since before the beginning of the universe. But that doesn't mean that somehow we have license to sin, because if you are truly saved, I think you will exhibit the fruits of the Spirit. And one of those signs of the Spirit is repentance, and that when you do sin, you do feel bad about it and you do repent. But that's not the thing that actually eliminates your sin, right? That happened on the cross.
Fascinating, sir. All right, I wanted to switch gears here and take a call, but they just hung up. Oh man. If you'd be okay with taking a call if they call back, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, if somebody calls, it's fine. I do have to hop off here in about, I guess, like 10 minutes.
It might even be perfect because you know what? I didn't even test this call thing. It might not even work, man. Listen, I wanted to switch gears. One final thing here. Let's see. What's the last thing I wanted to ask you? Because you've given us your time here. Thank you for that, man. I've enjoyed the conversation.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. I'd love to do it again. Any final thoughts on the election and what we're looking at? Anything we talked about?
I'm looking at it right now, and I mean, it's looking pretty confidently Trump. I'm trying to see what the path would be for Harris. I'm seeing Pennsylvania still out right now.
That's a little one. I thought Pennsylvania was going to Harris, but look, it's got a Republican bend to it.
Oh yeah, see, that's shifted even in the last hour since I looked at it in depth. I wonder if that has anything to do with the assassination attempt and stuff.
I wonder, man. That's a good point, because look, if Pennsylvania goes Trump, it's in the bag. I think Pennsylvania. Let's put it Trump. Let's give her this. Yeah, he wins with Pennsylvania. Wait, did he get Georgia? Oh wait, that's still.
Georgia says it's not locked in yet, but I don't know how it's not.
Fascinating, man. Yeah, it's looking like an exciting one for Trump. We're going to keep watching as much as we can here. Hopefully there's not a 4 a.m. surprise. I don't know anything about that, though. I wouldn't know a single thing about that.
I think it won't happen this year, primarily because one of the mistakes I think that was made in 2020 was telling
careful with the language
on the right not to do the mail-in
YouTube.
Voting. And I think that a lot of Republicans did mail in this time, and so I don't think it'll be left to us, at the end.
Loud and clear. Right on, man. What else was I going to ask you here? Was there something you were saying? Oh, no, I wanted to tell everybody how to get to you. That's what I wanted to Show them. Check out Hitler Hated Christ, x.com. His tag is @not_our_guy. I always see great discussions on his account there. And hopefully we can have another one on my show.
Yeah, Nick, you feel free to have me on anytime. I love talking to you. And if you guys give me a follow, my DMs on there are open. So if you want to talk about anything I talked about tonight, or if you're interested in any of the stuff I talk about with the real dissident Nazi stuff going on, I'm always interested in that too.
Nice. I know there's a few in my chat who are like, "What's this guy talking about? Hitler's the best guy ever."
I'll go,
at least
I'll
maybe
go
one or two.
That, you know?
So go and argue with Go, and I'm not trying to sick him on you, but yeah, go for it. Go and follow him and ask him, because I don't know about all the stuff you guys are talking about. Hitler this, Hitler that. I don't know about that. I just know that if you have anger, you hate Christ, and that's even if you call yourself Christian. What do you think about that?
I think I don't know. We talked about this a little bit last time too, but I don't know. I think there's righteous anger, but anyway.
I'd love to hear you talk to Jesse one day, man. Hey, take care and talk soon.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Take care.
Right.
Bye-bye.
See if we get sick Jesse on him. No, I'm joking. Talk about Trinity this. How about very cool. Hitler Hated Christ, not our guy on x.com there. Amazing. Let's see. Not now, Zoom. Go away. Read some books. Let's check out the election. Look, we're getting pretty close. Although, let's see. When are we gonna get the results? Because it's almost 8:00, folks. I gotta be here early. Nick, go back to the maps. Donald J. Trump wins Kansas, 6 electoral votes. Now I'm going nuts. With the energy, because there's nobody here. Obviously, the angry people are gonna not like that. I'm not surprised. Chat, but appreciate it anyways. Of course, you would love that. Of course, you're gonna love that. You guys are angry. You guys love anger. But whatever. Look at the map. Look at the politics. Don't worry so much about these topics. Go back to the politics. Go back to your little. Let's go. How about we go back to the politics? This is too tough of a topic for some of y'all. You're not ready for it. And it's probably best we return to the politics, because just sleep there tonight, Nick. I know. I'm just going to sleep here. 210. We got 210 electoral votes for Donald J. Trump, folks. Let's play around with our 270 to win map. Let's see what we can do here. Let's just do some predicting, okay? Colorado, New Mexico, they're going blue. Let's say it. Likely blues. Let's give it to them. Arizona, red. Okay, that looks normal. Red. This should all be red. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, blue. Now look at this. It may be another upset, and I'm gonna need a prop for something. Yeah, we may be looking at an upset. Because if we focus our attention on Wisconsin over here for a second. If we look at 270 to win 2020, Wisconsin was blue, right? 2020 electoral map. Give me the electoral map. Wisconsin blue, right? That's the presidential election results. Folks, we may be looking at an upset here for the Democrats, because look at the Wisconsin leaning Republican just a little bit, about 15,000, almost 20, no, closer to 20,000 votes. Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. 49.8%, 48.7%, 56% of votes are in. Wisconsin could go red, and I'm just a guy on the chair. I'm just a guy on the chair with arm. My chair has arms. You could call it an armchair prediction looking at some website, whatever. You want to get mad at me? Whatever. I'm just the guy in the hat. But the Wisconsin is leaning right. It's leaning Republican, folks. And that might be a little bit of an upset. Georgia, I mean, look, it's the Trump train, baby. It's the Trump train. If you're sensible, if you want the union to last, if you want to do the right thing, you're voting Trump. You're voting Trump, and that's just how it's going. Arizona, red. Let's give it over. Nevada, California. So let's say we give her Nevada. We give Trump Wisconsin. We give him Pennsylvania. We give him Georgia. We give him North Carolina. He's already won. He's already won here. Let's give her Wisconsin. He still wins. He still wins with Wisconsin. If she wins Wisconsin and Nevada, is it Nevada or Nevada? If she wins this Wisconsin and Nevada, let's say we give, it's still his. He wins. Trump still wins. How's Pennsylvania looking? Wait, hold up. Let's give her Pennsylvania for a second. She would win. Let's see here. Pennsylvania. Is it going to come down to Pennsylvania? No. It's pretty late for a lot of you guys, right? Here I am complaining about 8 p.m. That's not even 8 p.m. It's probably a lot later for a bunch of you guys. So here's 2020. And I got calls coming in. Let me get right to you. Thanks for the patience. But so far, here's what it's looking like. We're making projections here. Let's put the toss-up states. Let's give him, let's see, I'm trying to look at the New York Times thing again. So Georgia, very likely Republican. So let's just give him Georgia. North Carolina, very likely Republican. Let's just give him North Carolina. Wisconsin, Michigan, both leading Republican. What was it in 2020? They were both Democrat. Biden won both of those. We got Wisconsin and Michigan leaning Republican. Very slightly, though. But they're leaning. They're leaning, folks. They're leaning. Minnesota, leaning Democrat. So let's just give her. Let's give her blue. Let's give him these. Let's give him this red. Let's give her Pennsylvania. And Trump still wins. Let's give her Wisconsin. Trump still wins. Let's give her Michigan. Okay, she wins with Michigan. Okay, very cool. Let's see who we got on the line. We got somebody on the air. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's up again, Nick?
Who am I talking to?
Chase in Texas.
Hey, what's up, Chase? How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
All is well. Watching the election, doing our thing. You know how it goes.
Yeah, so we need this Trump win, and we need this Trump win not just for white people and all this shit. We need this Trump win so, as a country, we can actually be the republic we're supposed to be.
Amen. No, absolutely, man.
So, what do you think?
It's just the right thing.
What do you think? You think Trump should release the alien files?
The UFO files? I don't know if America's ready for that.
I don't think anyone's ready for that. I believe in that shit.
A
lot of people don't, but I do.
I personally am a little bit of a skeptic. What do you say about that?
Well, look at it this way. Of all the ancient civilizations that talked about sky beings and all this stuff, then you have the Bible that comes in and says you got Watchers and you got Nephilim and all this. And what do you think that was?
Okay, well, you're making a pretty convincing argument.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What do you think that was? I mean, an angel in ancient Hebrew means messenger. And then if you go all the way back and you go back to the hold on. My dog is tripping. If you go all the way back to when the Samaritans had the tablets and all that stuff like that, and they had this stuff from the Bible put down long before the Bible was written.
I'm not sure why that's in the Bible, but I'm just a skeptic. I don't know what to say. I'm just kind of a bit of a skeptic. I've seen some of the UFO stuff from the military, though. I don't think they're lying. I don't know exactly.
No,
what
you have Space Force, and you got the Air Force pilots that are saying that this shit was on the wing of the plane and all this. And what do you think that is? I mean, you got a lot of people who will say, "Oh, that's just government technology." Who the hell's making this? How did they learn to make this? If it's government technology, where did it come from? And then also too, if you look all the way back into like the Tower of Babel and all this stuff and how the pyramids were built, well, I mean, what do you think that was? There's no recorded any time where we were able to make this stuff except for now. Now we have quantum computers and nuclear weapons and all this, but if you look at what it says, it's basically given an outlay of what is possible. So either humans were given this stuff at some point in time and misused it, or, well, I mean, that's pretty much the argument.
I'm following you, man. If you ask me a question, I'll say, I think there's a giant question mark, basically, in history, and you could go there, and I'm not gonna. I wouldn't poo-poo it that hard. I'm a skeptic personally, but I'm not gonna be like, why are you going there? I mean, I don't blame you. There's a huge question mark on that history, so to speak.
No, I'm off on a rant, man. I've been drinking. It's the election. I just had
Are you election party?
I had to. Yeah, well, kind of, sort of, yeah. I told you in the
Do
chat.
people have like parties and barbecues and stuff today?
Cigar. This is pretty rare. Huh?
People have like parties and barbecues today?
I didn't see it. I mean, I didn't. I'm just having a personal party, but I mean, I didn't see it. I would imagine. I think I got a neighbor across the street. It's a socialist, literal socialist. She said something about democratic socialism. So I don't know if she's fretting her pillow or if she's actually put their lights up. Put their Halloween lights up. But
socialist.
Don't know if she's fretting her pillow or partying. I don't think they're partying too much. I don't see it over here. So.
I don't think I really see the Democrats really partying either. Like in general, I don't know if I see the companies, the liberal media. I don't quite see the celebration and the excitement. I feel fear out of them. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, if you look, that's what you always see out of liberals, leftists, and all these people who want the downfall of Western civilization. It's pure fear. Every bit of it's fear.
Yep.
It's, oh, look at what they did, and it's so terrible for us to be, oh, no, I'm glad bad things are happening to you now because history, okay, well, you learned your history from fucking Marxism. You learned your history from straight-up bullshit. You didn't learn it. And now you're getting all your info off of the internet and all of this other stuff and then claiming, oh, it's the right thing. Well, it's not. It's not. You're straight learning it from people within the deep state that put this stuff out there for you to learn.
Fascinating. I say Trump, release the files. Let's get wild.
The UFO files.
Whatever the files are, release them.
Release all of them. Yeah.
Release all of them.
Yeah, but no, I'm with you on that. I don't
JFK,
think
9/11, do it all.
At all. JFK, man, he was killed. He was killed by the CIA.
That was like released. Like that was put out. I mean, I saw something with Tucker about it, and he seems like a pretty credible guy.
Dude, Tucker's on all that stuff. Tucker had a whole thing about saying that a lot of the UFOs the Navy was seeing was coming straight out of the ocean, and I know some Navy brass that will straight tell you, yeah, we see them all the time. We didn't say anything about them. I had a old school Vietnam veteran buddy. No, was he Vietnam? I remember what he was, Vietnam. He says Vietnam. He's old school. He was a something on the air. on the aircraft. He was a loader or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the whole reason we invaded the Panama Canal was because George Bush was basically having a pissing contest with Noriega for the cocaine route.
Wow.
And trying to basically tell him, yeah, no, we're gonna use our government to bring in the cocaine, and you're gonna shut up and listen. And that was the whole reason. The Bush family has a $350 million resort over there in the Panama Canal.
I've been meaning to look into all that. I know that story is fascinating, though. The Panama Canal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right on,
So,
Chase.
I mean, well.
What else you want to talk about before I let you go?
I guess that's about it, man. I just had to get up and let the dogs in.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, man. Well,
Kinda let
hey,
him out, you mean?
good.
Trump 2024.
Well, yeah, I let them in, and then they're hauling ass in the house, and it's been raining, so they put some mud in the house, and I just cleaned it. And so anyway, I'm gonna chill and listen to the rest of your thing, and comment and smoke the rest of my cigar.
Always a pleasure, Chase. Rock on, Texas.
Charter Oak Maduro.
Right
Yeah.
on, man.
Yes, sir.
844-900-2229. I know Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors. You know what I'm saying? Chat. Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100. How did Rick Ross get away with that lyric? No, for a second. Can we take this for a moment? We're talking about America. This is an American poet. This is an American poet, okay? This is whatever you want to say. How did Rick Ross get away with that? You know, I know that you lie in rap lyrics. That's normal. But this is a special one. Hold up. What's the song? Yeah, it's Hustlin' by Rick Ross, right? How did he get away with this? It was a simpler time. I mean, I know, like I said, I know you can lie and rap. I get it. It's like, okay, now I can't move this. Come on. Let me drag it. Come on, Spotify. Don't be like that. The real Noriega.
Hustling. I'm in the distribution. I'm like Atlantic. I got the motherfuckers flying across the Atlantic. I know Pablo Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors.
The real. He clarified. He clarified it. He's like, wait, no, I'm talking about, no, yeah, that Noriega, the real Noriega, the real one. He owes me 100 favors. No, really. And you're looking at Rick Ross like, really, man? And he's like, no, really, the real Noriega. I mean it. Like how? Hey, super chats, thank you so much. Let's check the super chats here real quick. Kale Samogi, thank you, man. Says, Nick, how long are you planning to stream? I don't know. I did not plan when I would end. And I'm thinking if I want to be here till it's all over, I'm thinking I need to be here till past like 10 p.m. Pacific time. Chat, I mean, I'm feeling the energy right now. I'm full of energy. I got the MAGA hat on. I got the big hat on. We got the people here. We got the family. We got the callers. We got the election map. We had the guests. We had the super chats. Like, I don't feel like ending. I've got the energy, but I might pay for this, and it's much too early in the week. Chat, tell me not to do this. Tell me to think better of this. Tell me to don't do this to myself. This is a bad idea. Sleep at the studio. That's not going to change anything. I already live here. I don't think I can say 10 p.m. past 10 p.m. I'm basically going to close my eyes, open my eyes, and then we're back here at the office to do the JLP show and everything, and then get ready for my show. Regardless, we all have to get up and go to work tomorrow. Yeah, this is true. You're right. Madi Ubaldo, the only one. Thank you, Madi. Just wake up to some good news. We got enough love in the chat. Yeah, folks, what do you think? Yeah, this is how it was in 2020, and I'm not saying anything's going to happen. I'm not saying anything's happening. I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying that I went to bed in 2020 like this, and it was a beautiful night. As far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at this map, folks. Let's do this again. Lord Spike Protein, man, thank you so much for the support. Very generous. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Let's look at this. Let's do one more 270 to win map with the information we have, okay? Let's make a little bit of assumptions here, which I don't think is too much, right? Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, those will be blue. Let's call it there. Idaho, like in 2020, red. Let's put it red. Utah, Arizona, red. If we look at the map at the New York Times results right now, Arizona is in fact leaning red. We're looking at a slight lean, though. It's slight. 904,000. This is a very, very thin margin. Look at this. There's only about a couple thousand votes for Donald Trump here ahead. So 49.7 to 49.5. That's a little bit of a lean, but let's put it as a toss-up just for now. New Mexico, according to New York Times, yeah, leaning Kamala 45%. Over, let's put it 80,000 votes ahead. Let's give it to her. Okay? All of this remains red, of course. All of this remains red. Red. Nebraska. This was all given to Trump. All of this was Trump. Fantastic. Trump. California just went to Kamala Harris officially, just so you know. 167 for Kamala Harris. We're looking at Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee. Let's give that all to Trump. Let's put the toss-ups back. Let's make the toss-ups back to being toss-ups just for a moment here. Virginia. What do you mean, Virginia? Okay. Pennsylvania. Toss-up. The toss-ups. Let's make them gray. Beautiful. Okay, New York, all this. We'll give this all blue. Blue. Okay. As it stands, 217 Republicans, 210 Democrats. Let's take a look. Georgia, very likely Republican. For some reason has not been called for Trump. Some saying it's strange, but let's give this one a Trump. Let's give North Carolina to Trump, with also another very likely Republican win over there with 51% for Trump. So that puts Republicans at 248. Virginia, let's give it to Kamala. Kamala, with a very likely Democrat, 50% for Kamala Harris there. So we'll give her that one, 223 there. Arizona is one that is seemingly pretty close. I believe it's historically kind of been a little close. We're talking mere thousands of votes here at Arizona. That Georgia win is big, people are saying, and I think it is. So Arizona, let's leave it as a toss-up for now. What's looking like it might be a bit of an upset is Michigan and Wisconsin. Heavily leaning, which is it's, and Pennsylvania. Hold up. Oh my God. Look at Minnesota. It says 60% for Trump. And I don't know why New York Times is not making it lean Republican. It's saying it's a toss-up. Maybe it's a glitch on their system. But we have almost 100,000 more votes for Donald Trump in Minnesota as well. It could be a total grab. It could be wow, is it really going to be Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania? Because this is what it would look like. This is what it would look like. 304 Republicans. Let's even give Arizona to Kamala. That would be a blowout, a complete destruction by Republicans. Let's give Kamala Minnesota. Trump still wins. Let's give Kamala Pennsylvania. Trump still wins. Absolutely incredible. Only 11% reporting it. Is that why the toss-up is in Minnesota? That makes sense. Okay. Very smart chat. Thank you very much. Minnesota is, although most of these early votes are Donald Trump, it's a toss-up because we only barely have 11% of the votes. Duh. Thank you. Smart chat. Smart Chris. Interesting. 8:04 p.m. Pacific time here. As the results are flying in. It's looking amazing. 179 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, 214 Donald Trump. What a day. Incredible. What's happening here? Let's do another prediction. Let's mess around with some predictions here. Let's make these a toss-up again. Toss-up Wisconsin, toss-up Michigan, toss-up Minnesota, toss-up Arizona, Pennsylvania. Here's an interesting thing with Pennsylvania. 70% of votes are in. 51% for Donald Trump. Okay, I was going to say it's interesting because New York Times was still saying it was a toss-up, but never mind. Pennsylvania is now leaning Republican. We got a leaning Republican. Maine and New Hampshire most likely will go Democrat once they're done. But Pennsylvania leaning Republican. It might be a big win in Pennsylvania. That might be bigly. We got Trump with almost 100,000 more votes. In Pennsylvania, that's nothing to sneeze at. That is nothing to sneeze at. Georgia, so not called yet, but could very well be a win. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see. Georgia, very likely. North Carolina, very likely. Let's give those to Trump. Arizona. Let's see what happens here. Let's say we give her Minnesota. Let's say we give her Arizona. That brings her pretty close. Let's give Trump Michigan, her Wisconsin. She wins. Let's give him Wisconsin, her Michigan. She wins. He needs to win both of these. Let's say she wins Arizona and Minnesota. Trump would need to win both Michigan and Wisconsin. And that's assuming she wins Pennsylvania. This Pennsylvania upset. Let's give him Pennsylvania for a second. Let's give her Arizona and Minnesota. Trump wins. He wins if he wins a single one of these. Let's give her Wisconsin. Let's give him Michigan. He wins. Let's give her Michigan, and let's give him Wisconsin. He still wins. Absolutely incredible. What a day. What a day. It's ever closer. I'm reminded of 2016. I'm reminded of 2016 when Trump ran. The Baltimore House in Hamilton, Ontario. Shout out Hamilton, Ontario. This place doesn't exist anymore. This was a bar. A bar called the Baltimore House. What the heck? I actually knew this person. I would see her at the Baltimore House all the time. Imagine that. Here's the stage of the Baltimore House where karaoke nights would ensue. And it was at this liberal bar. I'll call it liberal. We were in Canada after all. Look, I mean, just look. I was at this bar where I was amongst friends and coworkers, and I was speaking to individuals who, we were just having a fine time. And all of us, and I'm looking at my phone, and all of a sudden I see a big red bar, a giant red bar that had suddenly overtaken Hillary Clinton. All of a sudden, Clinton was in the lead all night, and I kept quiet. There was nothing for me to say. It's not like people even knew or thought I was a Trump supporter at all. I was just, I was somewhat quiet. I was a little vocal on, well, what's going on? Why are people so mad at this Trump guy? Well, because blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, whatever. All of a sudden, I see a red bar. It's Trump overtakes Clinton. And I stand up and I say, this is amazing. This is incredible. And of course, everyone around me thinks I'm joking. But I'm not. I am, in fact, happy for a Trump win. That was at the Baltimore House in Hamilton, Ontario. Oh, Canada. That place doesn't exist anymore. Neither the Baltimore House or even Canada. That's a joke. Canada exists. But a little bit of history there. Now we're here. 2024. And we're not going to look. I'm not going to be able to filibuster 2 hours here. We could probably do more topics and do way more. But let me be real for a second. I got the energy. But I don't think this is very smart, folks. We might have to park it. We might have to park it right here, folks. That might have to be the end of the Anchor Baby, just for now. It just doesn't make sense, folks, okay? I wasn't planning on how it was going to end. I wasn't quite sure if I would be here till the very end of the election stuff. I was thinking not really. And now that we're here, I'm thinking no, folks. The Anchor Baby's got to, look, the Anchor Baby's got to get some rest. We got to get up for the JLP show. We got to go to bed. We got to go to bed. We got to get up bright and early for all the things we do in the morning for the Jesse Lee Peterson show and everything else. But I too, like all of you, we're going to find out in the morning. Maybe even tonight, many of you. We're wishing Trump well. But either way, no matter what happens, you are your world. So I do thank all of you for being with me today on my little election stream. How's your little election stream? I even had a guest. Look, Mom, no hands. A sign of greater things to come for the show and the channel. Join the Discord. It's in the chat. Look, if you guys want to continue your little election stuff, you can do it in my Discord. I see people right now under election channel. Go there right now. They're chilling in my Discord. The link is in the description. The link is pinned in the chat. They're gonna rock on till the wheels fall off, maybe. And we're gonna be here. I'm waking up to what I predict is a Trump win, right? Leave a comment, like, subscribe, and all that. Thanks for being with me today. We got to end it at this time because we got to get up early. But we rocked it till as far as we could, right? Check out one last gander. One last gander of the electoral map here. 179 Kamala Harris, 214 Donald J. Trump, with Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania being the ones to watch. Incredible stuff. All right, y'all. Thanks for being with me. See you tomorrow as we do. Take care. And you know we still rolling with Trump. All right, y'all. Peace.